charge.
And then, okay, so let's go to count 7. In there it says the lesser included offenses include attempted aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of attempted aggravated kidnapping, kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, facilitation of kidnapping, facilitation of attempted kidnapping, false imprisonment, and attempted false imprisonment. Anything on the defense? Anything else you'd like me to add?
No, sir.
Then go down to count 8. The lesser included of that include, and that's especially aggravated kidnapping. That includes attempted especially aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of especially aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of attempted especially aggravated kidnapping, aggravated kidnapping, attempted aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of attempted aggravated kidnapping, kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, facilitation of kidnapping, facilitation of attempted kidnapping, false imprisonment, and attempted false imprisonment. Anything else the defense would like to add in regard to lesser includeds?
No, Your Honor.
Then down to count 9, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. It also includes the lesser offenses of conspiracy to commit secondary murder and conspiracy to commit voluntary manslaughter. Anything else the defense would like me to add?
No, Your Honor.
Then next, count 10, conspiracy to commit aggravated rape. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offense of conspiracy to commit rape, conspiracy to commit aggravated sexual battery, conspiracy to commit sexual battery, and conspiracy to commit assault. Anything else the defense would like me to add?
No, sir.
Count 11, conspiracy to commit aggravated kidnapping. The offense necessarily includes the offense of conspiracy to commit kidnapping and conspiracy to commit false imprisonment. Anything else the defense would like me to add?
No, sir.
Count 12, abuse of a corpse. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offense of attempted abuse of a corpse and facilitation of a corpse. Anything else the defense would like me to add on lesser included in that?
No, sir.
13, tampering with evidence. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offense of attempted tampering with evidence, facilitation of tampering with evidence, and facilitation of attempted tampering with evidence. Anything else the defense would like me to add in regard to lesser included on that?
No, sir.
Then the next page looks like it's just boilerplate things, so not a whole lot to argue about that. The next page also is pretty boilerplate. It talks about presumption of innocence and reasonable doubt. I've already given those charges once, but I'll repeat that again. Next page, blank. Next page is just burden of proof of venue by preponderance of the evidence, so that's boilerplate as well. Next, on the part where it says criminal responsibility of the conduct of another, what I'd like to do is I'd like to strike out the areas that I have the line through there, if satisfactory. So I've got that, and then I've got highlighted down there at the bottom. If you look at those things in brackets, I'd kind of like to know what your opinion is in regard to that, whether you want me to charge that or not. Where it says the defense criminally responsible for an offense may be found guilty, those things are in brackets, and it goes all the way down. I think on the next page, well, over to the next page. So, what's the state's position A in striking the stuff that I have a line through? Is that satisfactory?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then on that second paragraph, it says, only if applicable, the defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another, if acting with intent to promote or assist in the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense.
We prefer to have that.
Okay. You like that in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then and on the next line, beneath the line that's stricken, and before it starts out in brackets, a defendant is criminally responsible for an offense may be found guilty not only of the offense but also the other offenses committed by another. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the other offense committed were natural and probable consequences of the original offense for which the defendant's criminally responsible. So does the state want that in?
skipped a paragraph, Judge. What page are you on?
This label up there, criminal responsibility for conduct of another. I said, I think y'all told me that we could strike the line that I had stricken where it said comment. I could do that.
Comment one.
Then I could strike the second comment that I've got stricken there. Then I think y'all said that you wanted me to add where it says use only if applicable, see comment one. Then I've got the defendant's criminally responsible. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Are we in the same place?
Yeah, I know now, yes. I'm sorry.
Okay, so then the next question is below that second stricken paragraph. Do y'all? Yeah. Do you want the natural and probable cause language in there?
Yes.
We object to that one, Bill. I don't know that, I think that could get confusing to a jury because I'm not sure that freezing a body or cutting a body is a natural or a possession of the...
I'll put a star by that and I'll look at it again.
Yes, sir.
So that's the part of the brackets. And then we also had down there, then also have that same language, which I assume the defense objects to, where it talks about the natural and probable consequences in regard to counts 2 and 3. So I'll look at that. Then also in brackets, I have on that next page, to find defendant criminally responsible for acts of another, it is not necessary that you find the defendant was present or the defendant took a physical part of the crime. Encouragement of the principal offender is sufficient. However, mere presence during the commission is not sufficient to support a conviction. Is that okay with the state?
Yes.
And I assume that's okay with the defense.
It's okay, yeah.
Right.
Judge, the paragraph before that's the first full paragraph on that page.
In deciding criminal responsibility. And then it says, in deciding criminal responsibility of the defendant, the jury may also take into consideration evidence that was offered that the defendant attempted to thwart or withdraw any of the offenses that followed from the original offense. So we don't really have any proof of that, do we?
No, we don't.
That's why I was asking.
Right. We don't have any proof of that.
We would ask for that to be stricken.
Okay. And defense agrees there's no proof that anybody tried to leave.
That's right.
Okay, so we'll strike that. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for pointing that out to me. Then the next one's about reasonable doubt. And then the next one's bracketed. It is not offense that the person for whose conduct the defendant is criminally responsible belong to a class that's not applicable, has been acquitted, that's not applicable, has not been prosecuted, not applicable, has been convicted of a different offense, not applicable. Yeah, I don't think that applies at all. Do y'all agree that last paragraph doesn't apply at all? Okay. All right, let's go over to facilitation of a felony. That's pretty standard. That's what the TPI says. Does the state have any objection or additions they'd like me to make to that?
No, Your Honor.
Anything for the defense?
No, yes.
Then the next one is on criminal attempt. Let's see. I guess, Ms. Jones, I don't understand what you mean where it says see comment 2 for instructions as to which of these. So I should just pick one of these 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
So one is the defendant intended to commit the specific offense. Then we've got to pick one of those 3 below, A, B, or C. And A is defended some act or caused something to happen that would have constituted the offense if his beliefs had in fact been true. 2, defendant did some act intended to cause an essential element. Or 3, defendant did some act intended to complete a course of action. For the state, which one of those 3 do you think are applicable?
I think they're all confusing.
So you go ahead and put all 3 of them in there? Is that what you're saying, or pick one? Ms. Jones, do I have to
I
pick?
think.
Do I have to pick one, Ms. Jones?
Do we have to pick one, or can it be all 3? I don't know that it's.
The jury has to be unanimous in their vote.
Right. Okay, so pick one. That's too confusing. The one I've given the most time is A.
Yeah, short and sweet.
And then the C part is the one where they take a,
Say that again. C is the one you do.
the C is the one that has to do with the substantial step towards it.
Right.
I mean, C's probably just gonna be the most all-encompassing.
So you already pick which one you want.
If we're, especially if we're gonna do one for each of them to make it coherent, I think C is the one that probably encompasses the most.
Okay. C it is.
situations, so.
Then the next page is count 1, first degree premeditated murder. That's just the charge that goes along with that. So I assume there's not much to talk about that. Then the next is just a standard premeditation murder trial. And then we talk about if you've not found them guilty of that, then you're proceed to facilitation of first degree murder, a lesser included offense. Then I start going through the lesser included offenses. Then first is facilitation. Y'all tell me to stop anytime you want me to stop. Next is secondary murder. Next is facilitation of secondary murder. Next is voluntary manslaughter. Next is facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. Next is reckless homicide. Next is facilitation of reckless homicide. Next is criminally negligent homicide. Then facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. And then we go to counts 2 and 3 in regard to first degree felony murder. So any changes or suggestions you'd like to make in regard to first degree murder and the lesser includeds? Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay, so let's look at second degree, counts 2 and 3, first degree felony murder. Those are, that's the standard one, but I do have things in the bracket down there. I'd like y'all's input on that. Consideration of such factors as time, place, causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged aggravated kidnapping, count 2, or aggravated rape, count 3. The killing may proceed, coincide with, or follow the aggravated kidnapping or aggravated 3, and still be considered as occurring during the preparation of the aggravated kidnapping or aggravated count 3, so long as there is a connection in time and place and continuity of action. That would seem to be appropriate.
The state believes that's appropriate, Judge, and the
Okay.
principal is.
Defense believes that's appropriate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll put a check next to that, so we'll need to take the brackets out on that. Then the next bracketed one is where one enters into a scheme with another to commit an aggravated kidnapping or aggravated rape, and death ensues. Both defendants are responsible for, regardless of who actually committed the killing, whether the killing was especially contemplated by the other. That would seem to be correct as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does defense agree with that?
I don't think I'd have an argument with it.
Don't like it, but
I don't like it, but
I got it. I got it. And then I think everything else is just kind of standard on that. Then we've got the lesser included offense of counts 2 and 3, facilitation of first degree felony murder. Then we've got the lesser included of counts 2 and 3 on second degree murder. Then we've got another facilitation of secondary murder. Then we go to reckless homicide. Then we go from reckless homicide to facilitation of reckless homicide. Then we go to facilitation of reckless homicide to criminally negligent homicide. Then we go from criminally negligent homicide to facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. Then we go to counts 4, 5, and 6. So in regard to counts 2 and 3, any other additions or deletions the state would like me to make?
No.
Anything for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
I just want to point out that inadvertently, on the first page, voluntary manslaughter, reduction of voluntary manslaughter, written in, that they're not included in the lessers, is the new issue.
I said it again.
here on the front page,
Right.
voluntary manslaughter and facilitation, voluntary were listed, but they were not listed in those lessers.
Okay, so we're not going to charge those.
It was not intended to.
Okay.
But we just need to verify that they are.
Okay. So did y'all hear that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So basically on the, tell me again, on the front page, we listed a lesser included as voluntary manslaughter and facilitation of voluntary manslaughter.
But
We-
that was a mistake to list those.
That's a
in the-
mistake to list that. We didn't do that in the rest of the charge. I just want to take that out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense understand that as well?
I'm still a little bit lost. What?
There'll be two,
Page one.
on my first page there, I listed voluntary manslaughter and about facilitation of voluntary manslaughter.
Okay.
And that really shouldn't be a lesser included.
I see, okay.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So now let's go to counts 4 and 5 of aggravated rape. That's pretty standard. So, Ms. Jones, on this, down there where it says intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, does the state have to elect one of those, or is that satisfactory to have intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly?
It's appropriate to have all three.
Okay. Then let's keep going on that.
Are they good with the way that that delineates which subsection applies to which count?
Right, so if you look at this, count 2A, 2A is count 4, and count 2B is count 5. Is that satisfactory to the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's-
It is 6.
Oh, yeah, that's right, count 6 too. So is that satisfactory with the defense? We've got counts 4, 5, and 6.
Right, as opposed, and the reason to do that is just as opposed to having a separate sheet for each count to go through that same
Correct.
thing.
Yep. Then going on to the next page, pre-standard there.
Judge?
Yes. What?
I think it's
Oh.
confusing, but I don't know that I don't disagree with, I don't know if they may be asleep by the time we get to this part of it.
That's true. That's true. And we only got 100 more pages to go. Then on the next page, we start going through the lessers again. Aggravated rape and attempted rape. Then we do the lesser includeds there of it, aggravated rape and attempted rape. Then we have facilitation of aggravated rape. Then I have facilitation of aggravated rape as a lesser included. Then I have rape as a lesser included. Then I have aggravated sexual battery. Then 4, 5, and 6 on aggravated sexual battery as a lesser. Then I go attempted rape and facilitation of rape, all lesser includeds. And then I have attempted aggravated sexual battery as a lesser included. Then I have facilitation of sexual battery as a lesser included. And then, or aggravated sexual battery. Then I go to sexual battery and list those. If you look at the top there, it says lesser included of offensive counts 4, 5, and 6, sexual battery. It says for you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven them beyond the following such elements, and it's in brackets there. So we need to figure out which sections we're going to put in there, or if we're going to put this: the defendant had an intentional unlawful sexual contact with the alleged victim in which the defendant intentionally touched the alleged victim's intimate parts or clothing covering the area of the alleged victim's parts, intimate parts. So I can see having that part in there. I don't remember any proof that he made her touch him in any of his intimate parts. But maybe he did. They did.
I don't believe there's any proof of
They
that.
didn't. I thought they had oral sex.
Well, yes, but that's not. We're
No, I
calling
guess-
that a sexual penetration, so I guess that is, but you can't have the oral sex. and have
Okay,
it just
so I'll
be
take
battery.
that.
I mean, it's just.
I'll take the second bracket out. Is that satisfactory for the defense if I take the second bracket out?
No objection.
And then that's all three standard there. Then the next thing is we have facilitation of sexual battery as a lesser included. And then, as I said, we have facilitation of sexual battery. And then we go to count 7, which is aggravated kidnapping. So I said, I think this is count 7. And I guess, Ms. Jones, you wrote on number 2, which count. Tell me what you want us to add on that.
Well, the subsection you're relying on here is the beginning of the concept of facilitate the commission of the offense of aggravated rape. And there's 3 separate counts of aggravated rape.
Right.
And so, is it sufficient that it just says aggravated rape, or does it need to specify a count?
Right, to cover all 3 counts, or do they want it more specific? And how would you make it more specific as to what events were done, or
As to count number, or if it's going to say the offense of aggravated rape, they can leave it that way, or we could say as charged in counts 4, 5, or 6.
right?
However,
So what would the state like me to do? Do you want me to leave it this way, or do you want me to say as in counts 4, 5, and 6? What's the defense say?
It feels like an election situation here, doesn't it? I mean, it feels like there's been allegations of multiple incidences and all of these types of situations. It kind of feels like there needs to be some sort of election as to what act, because there's also other acts that are kinky sex and things that are involved that aren't part of the criminal act. And so I think that it's important for them to have to elect what act they're actually talking about as being
4, 5, and 6.
the criminal act.
Correct.
Right.
Well, I think that the charging instrument itself, one, is an act with a baseball bat. I mean, you can,
So that would be 1 count.
and you have one where she's injured. I mean, the bruising, the bruising on the neck, you've got bruising on her body.
And so that's another count.
It caused bodily injury. And I mean, so these could be separate counts, they could be merging counts, and you also have them aiding and abetting each other as this is going on. So, I mean, each of them allege elements that are
So I guess,
inherent in the charging instrument.
right. So, Ms. Jones, how do you suggest we do that? What's the best way? It looks like to me it'd be best to say what the event was. Or is that too much to ask for?
it's not too much to ask for, but that's another issue we have to go back to on counts 4, 5, and 6, is on each of those counts of rape, they need to elect what events.
Right. And they just told me 4 is the baseball bat.
And that's how it's charged.
Right. 5 is the
Is
chin.
bruising to her body, it's bodily injury, and so she
That's
has.
5. So what would be 6?
6 is aiding and abetting one another.
Judge, that's not what I mean by the election.
Right.
I'm talking about which sexual act went along with the deadly weapon
Right.
and with the injury, because in the testimony,
Right. So what Ms. Jones is saying, which sexual act matched up with the baseball bat, which sexual act matched up with the jaw or the chin thing, and then the aiding and abetting, I still am not sure which act. We're talking about both that aiding and abetting on both acts, or we're talking about a third separate act.
I think, again, it's in some ways, you can have one rape and all of these and just alternate ways to do it. And aiding and abetting, obviously with that, we have that. Obviously with the injuries, we have that. Aiding and abetting, there's testimony where they're present in the room. He is orally raping her. He then has Rebecca perform fellatio on him. He also has sex toys that he uses on her and has Rebecca orgasming on top of him. I think this is,
making my point.
Yeah, I got it.
you have this sort of continuous multiple ways to commit these sexual
Okay.
assaults and rapes on her, but they're all
Let me-
intertwined.
I got it. So let me do this. Let Ms. Jones and I talk about it, and I'll come by. And I may tell you you're going to have to be very specific and elect on this, and I'm going to put that in there. But let me talk to her about it, unless y'all got some suggestion.
I think we have to ask for elections. I think that's what the law's going to ask and
Yep.
provide.
Well, not really as much an election as defining what
Defining
event.
which act is
Right.
that they're claiming is the right.
Right. Then on the next page, we've got to find the defendant guilty of aggravated kidnapping. You must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the removal or confinement was to a greater degree than that necessary to commit the offense of premeditated murder, felony murder, aggravated rape, and counts 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Do they need to elect on these, Ms. Jones?
I'm sorry, I was still writing. What did you ask me?
Okay, I'm on the next page after after we said we were going to talk about it. It starts up there to find the defendant guilty of this aggravated kidnapping. You must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the removal of the confinement was to a greater degree than that necessary to commit the offense of premeditated first-degree murder, felony murder, which is count 3, aggravated rape is charged, and counts 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So is that satisfactory the way it is? There is no need to elect
The
them.
point in highlighting that was to indicate to them that the felony murder during the kidnapping would not apply to this language about removal for the kidnapping needing to be beyond that necessary for the kidnapping.
Okay, I got it. All right, and so then I've got the rest of the language on that page, so that does the same thing dramatic. Then the next page is about our lesser includeds again, which we go back to attempted aggravated kidnapping. Then we do the lesser included offenses of attempted aggravated kidnapping. Then we do facilitation of aggravated kidnapping. Then we do the lesser included of count 7, which is kidnapping. All that is pretty standard. That goes upon following the TPI charge. Then I list the lesser includeds of kidnapping, which include attempted kidnapping, facilitation of kidnapping, false imprisonment, attempted false imprisonment, kidnapping, and then we go to count 8, which is in count 8 is especially aggravated kidnapping. You can see at the bottom of that page where I struck the part about the firearm that was not necessary. Then go over to the next page. All that's pretty standard in regard to the definitions. And then we start talking about the lesser includeds of kidnapping. That includes attempted, especially aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of aggravated kidnapping, attempted aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of aggravated kidnapping, kidnapping on count 8, then we list the lesser included again. Going through all those, including attempted false imprisonment, kidnapping, then we go to count 9, which is conspiracy to commit premeditated first-degree murder. Down there at the bottom of the page, I'd like to know whether you'd like me to include this or not. It says conspiracy is a continuing course of conduct which terminates when the objectives of the conspiracy are completed or the agreement that is be completed has been abandoned by the parties. The objectives of the conspiracy include but not limited to escape from the offense, distribution of proceeds. I don't think that really applies, so we can strike that. other than silence for concealing the crime or obstructing justice. Abandonment of a conspiracy is presumed if neither party or anyone with whom the party conspired does an overt act and pursues the conspiracy during the applicable period of time. I think we can strike that too. If an individual abandons the agreement, conspiracy is terminated. I don't think we've got that fact in here. So I guess the only question is whether to leave this in, which would seem to me to be relevant. Conspiracy is a continuing course of conduct which terminates when the objectives of the conspiracy are completed or the agreement that they're completed is abandoned by the person or with whom they conspired. Or would y'all just rather me just leave that out too? What's the state's position?
I don't see a need for it.
What?
We don't see any evidence of abandonment, so I don't
Okay.
see any need for it.
And I said that's okay with the defense vote to strike that.
That's fine.
Yes. We'll come back to that. I'll talk to you about it.
That first sentence,
Right.
in theory, the
Yeah. We'll talk about it.
okay.
I'll put a mark on it. Then, once again, we go into the lesser included offenses. Versus conspiracy to commit secondary murder as a lesser included offense.
We need to talk about facilitation stuff.
Facilitation, what, on this?
Yeah, because you know how you and I talked about the fact that how do you facilitate a conspiracy that only involves two people?
Right, you can't facilitate a conspiracy that only involves two people.
But they need to address that because the
Okay.
defense asked for facilitation as a lesser.
And so when I get, so I'm not to the facilitation one yet, am I?
Yeah, the first lesser included is facilitation of premeditated first degree conspiracy.
Oh, I see. Yes, you're correct. So the question is, a conspiracy is usually two people. Facilitation is usually more than two people. So why do I need to have facilitation in here if I've got conspiracy? Or why would facilitation be a lesser, since I'd have to have more people involved in it?
We don't see the need to have facilitation here.
Okay. Just defense?
You know, that's all. Can we have the same judge?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine, just because I think the indictment doesn't say "and others," which is, that's what he was pointing out. Most of the federal
That's
indictments
right.
say "and others." So
Okay. So take out facilitation and we'll go on that lesser included count. And then I've got the lesser included again on conspiracy to commit secondary murder. Then we can take out the facilitation on that as well. Then I've got conspiracy to commit voluntary manslaughter. I've got that same language about continuing objectives or whatever. So, Ms. Jones, I'll talk about that. I'll mark that again. And then on this, I can also strike the facilitation charge on that conspiracy as well. Then count 10 is to commit conspiracy to commit aggravated rape. I've got the same language about conspiracy being a continuing course of conduct. Ms. Jones and I'll talk about that. And once again, we can strike facilitation as a lesser included on the conspiracy charge on that lesser included. Then I've got a lesser included of count 10 is conspiracy to commit rape. Once again, I've got that language about the conspiracy. And we can strike facilitation on that as well. Then I've got conspiracy to commit aggravated robbery. Where am I?
You said robbery.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Flip back over. My fault. conspiracy to commit, facilitation of conspiracy to commit rape. See that one here? And we're striking that.
But on the next one, it was to commit aggravated sexual battery.
Right, that's the next one. And then we can strike the lesser of facilitation to commit aggravated sexual battery. Then we've got conspiracy to commit sexual battery. Our lesser is facilitation, so we can strike that. And then conspiracy to commit aggravated kidnapping. I've got that language again about conspiracy being a continuing course of conduct. Ms. Jones, I'll look at that. Once again, we have facilitation of conspiracy. We'll strike the facilitation charge on that.
Judge, back to count 11, conspiracy to commit aggravated kidnapping.
Let's see. Where are we? Count 11?
Yeah. I just want to discuss with them the fact that because they had chosen aggravated kidnapping and not especially aggravated kidnapping, I referenced count 7, but if that's not correct, they need to let us know.
Okay. See
You
what we're
down
talking
there
about?
In subsection 2.
Right. Subsection 2, we refer back to count 7. Is that what y'all were thinking about for the state? Lost y'all now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I'm lost. Can you?
What it says is, I think we refer you back. You didn't say especially aggravated kidnapping. Is that right?
Count 8 is especially.
Count 8.
Or no, I'm trying to remember which is which. One is especially and one is aggravated.
Yeah. One's especially aggravated kidnapping, one's aggravated kidnapping. And so what
And the
this,
indictment said aggravated kidnapping.
right.
So,
And so this refers back to count 7.
So we have to go back to what the indictment said on that.
Right.
We agree that language needs to be.
Yep, I think that's correct. Then we strike the facilitation charge again in regard to conspiracy. Then we have the lesser included, count 11, conspiracy for kidnapping. I've got that language again in regard to conspiracy. Then we strike facilitation again in regard to conspiracy. Then we have count 9, lesser included of count 9, conspiracy to commit false imprisonment. Then we go to count 12, and that's abuse of a corpse. That's pretty standard. Then we have attempted abuse of a corpse is a lesser included. Then we have facilitation of abuse of a corpse. And then this tampering with evidence thing, if y'all can look at that. I've had this issue before. I think there's a case on this. I think it's my case. I had a case where a guy allegedly killed his wife and hit her. And so the police come over and talk to him, and he says he hadn't seen her for a couple of days or something like that. And then there's some proof that he's on a bicycle leaving the parking lot where the car was parked. And they said that he was tampering with evidence. And so the question was, can you tamper with evidence before you're charged? See what I'm saying? So, Ms. Jones, you may not know about that, do you? You aware of that? You may want to look at that, because you agree with me. We're alleging he was tampering with evidence before he knew he was charged with tampering with evidence.
Yes.
Okay. So you may want to do some research on that. I may be wrong. Been wrong before, and that went up to the Court of Appeals, and I think they said I was wrong because I said no, it's tampering with evidence. But you may want to look at that and see that may be a problem. about whether you can proceed with tampering with evidence. But take a look at that. Y'all may want to look at that as well. But we'll work on this charge. Let's see. And that's where it comes in on that first paragraph. The defendant knew an investigation, official proceeding was pending or was in progress. So maybe in your case, when they come up, this is where it happened. They come up and ask if he's got a body in the freezer, and he goes, no, or says something. And then they leave. The question is, when they come up and do that, does he know there's an investigation, there's an official proceeding, was it pending or was it in progress? That's the exact same issue. So read that case, if you don't mind. Tell me what you think, and then we'll work on that.
You don't have a citation for that handy, do you?
What?
George? Do you have a citation for that case handy?
No, not even close.
Factually, of course, the investigation was pending.
Yeah.
That's what we would choose if we do.
Yeah.
It was an old man. Just type in old man. Okay. If you can't find, I'll find it. I'll look for it. In fact, I'll tell you what. I think the Supreme Court heard it because it was at a scale. If I remember correctly, it may have been in a scales project that they heard it. But yeah, take a look at the tampering with evidence thing, and I'll try to think of who it was. And then we've got the attempted tampering with evidence, and then facilitation of tampering with evidence. And then the next few things are just kind of boilerplate order of consideration. It just tells them how to go through their work. That there are multiple counts, they have to make a determination on each one. That the preponderance of evidence, such as where I define that. And Ms. Jones, you've got blanks under there. Is it just, would we just write venue in regard to that, or is there other things we look at on preponderance of evidence?
I wasn't aware that we had other issues, and if we don't have other issues besides venue, we don't need this.
And we've already got that charge. We've already got the venue preponderance of
Unless
evidence
the
charge.
parties know of something else. that-
Yeah. Y'all don't know of anything else. Yeah, so we can strike that. Then we'll need to put the names of our expert witnesses. Have you got them, or do they need it from the state?
The state provided their 3 experts.
You got them, number 3? Is that right? So we'll add that. We'll add those names to that. Then I've got direct and circumstantial evidence.
Judge, the only thing I'll need is the specifics of what you qualified them as.
Right. So like one's a forensic. So tell us again.
I believe I included that in the filing, but Darinka Melissa-Colchin is
Yeah, just write-
forensic pathologist.
Just write it down for her.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, son.
Then next there are two credibility charges, and we get to pick which one. I normally use the first one, but if y'all got a preference one way or the other, I'm not married to it.
I prefer the first. I argued that, obviously, in voir dire, Judge, about the presumption of truthfulness of witnesses.
All right. Y'all, does it make a difference which one?
I prefer the first one. I don't like giving jurors those sample questions of what you can look at. Sometimes those.
Well, I do the first one. Very good.
Yeah.
And then we'll wait to see if Mr. Finnegan testifies or not. If he does, we'll put that language in there.
Which language did you say?
Huh?
What did you say?
I just said we don't know if Mr. Finnegan's going to testify or not. Then the next page is okay. Then the next page, once again, talks about if the defendant testifies, you weigh his credibility just like you would anyone else. Then we have the charge if the defendant chooses not to testify. Then we have impeachment of witnesses. We really don't have any testimony about reputation of witnesses in regard to their testimony or truthfulness. Yeah, so we can take that out. That part that's imperactive there. Identity, we can leave that in. The prior conviction thing would only come in if he testifies, so we'll reserve that. I don't remember y'all stipulating anything. Do y'all recall any stipulations? I don't recall any. Okay. is this the accomplice charge? Is that what this is? Okay. Witness claiming to be a participant is the accomplice charge, so we'll do that. This goes back to the 404B charge that I gave previously. Prior statement of the defendant, I guess it depends on if y'all put the statement of the defendant in. So that's okay. And Michigan's interest is okay. Cause of death is just standard TPI. I don't think we've got an absent material witness. Do we have any absent material witnesses?
No.
Okay, so we'll strike that. I don't think we've got any fingerprint evidence either. So we can strike that. In regard to inferences. So does the defense have, going back to absent witnesses, do y'all have any absent, do you want the absent witness charge?
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't think so.
Then I've got the inference charge. Does the state want the inference charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Say yes, okay. I really don't have any, let's see, evidence of mental health. State must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the couple state of the accused. Couple mental state means the state of mind of the accused at the time of the offense. This means that you must consider all the evidence to determine the state of mind. That doesn't seem applicable here. Does the state want the evidence of mental state charged?
Judge, if you only do the first paragraph, it's only telling them that they have to find the person acted either intentionally, knowingly.
I think we want that in there.
I think you have to have the first paragraph.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's take that out.
The whole thing?
Yep. Due to reserve evidence, I don't think there's any proof that evidence has been destroyed or hidden or anything like that. So we can strike that. Inference of concealment or destruction of evidence, as I said, no proof of that submitted.
I believe there was proof of concealment and destruction of evidence, Judge.
Let's see. And what, remind me, what was the evidence that was destroyed?
Or concealed, he hid a body.
That's
He
true.
destroyed her clothing, hid the baseball bat. All of those things were testified to by Ms. Disher.
Okay, I'll leave that in. Now, we've talked about the election of offenses. Ms. Jones, have we adequately covered that, except you and I are going to talk about one section, I think.
I
Is that
think
right?
if you want, I know the state's not closed their proof yet. When they close their proof, if we need to readdress election, we can.
Okay. Then I got jury deliberations, how they're proceeding their jury deliberations. No sympathy or prejudice, selecting a foreperson, that I'll give them forms to do that. Let me get y'all's opinion on this, see what you think. I've got 4 alternates. If we get finished with this first part of the trial, I was thinking about letting 2 of the alternates go and just keeping 2 alternates. But I guess I'd kind of like to know what y'all's, so that'd be the first 2 names I draw out. They'd be the ones that would be excused. I'd keep the other 2, and they would stay away from our 12 through the deliberation part. Then when we start, if there is a conviction or we go into sentencing by the jury, those 2 would come back in for the sentencing. They still would be away from the 12 at all times, but they would hear the sentencing information, and then they would go, and then the 12 would still make that decision. But I still would keep those 2 in the event somebody gets sick or falls out or something like that. So what?
Is there a reason, logistically or something that we can't keep all four. It just seems out of an abundance of caution they've sat here
Yeah.
through this that we
It was
should just keep all,
legit.
everyone.
And I'll do whatever y'all want to do. See, logistically, it'd be easier to keep two people separate than it would be four. But that, I may be completely wrong on that. But if you want four, I'll keep four.
I'd rather be safe than sorry on it.
Okay, all right. I'll keep four then. So that's kind of what I was thinking. So let Ms. Jones and I go work on this some more. We'll get a final draft to you.
On the next to last page,
Yes.
that's an addition, that's not part of the TPO.
Okay, let me look. That's our jury deliberation. Is that right?
It's the next to last page.
Here? In addition, you may not, on that last page, in addition, you may not communicate in any way or any time prior to conclusion of these proceedings with alternate jurors. So that takes care of that.
And Your Honor, I think you said this already on the record, but the way you choose the alternate jurors is you just basically draw them out of a hat.
I do.
Okay.
I do. So,
Davey, Glover, Smith, Your Honor.
that's it. Very good. Yeah, Glover Smith.
Investigators got it.
So what'd you look under? Old guy or Judge Ash?
No, I didn't think that.
Y'all may want to read it too, because it goes to y'all. Y'all read it and decide whether you think that's an issue or not. Okay, anything else we need to do? So I think we're going to start back at 10:15. Did I say that?
Yes.
So we're going to start back at 10:15. So Ms. Jones and I are going to work on these jury instructions. And thank y'all for being here early today. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Judge.
Right. Y'all have also been shown our sample verdict form, so you got that as well. And still, when we get to a break, we got to talk about the fine issue. So
We discussed it generally yesterday.
Perfect.
Before we bring our jury in, anything from the state? Anything from the defense? If you bring them in. Everybody
All
rise,
rise.
please. Thank you. Have a seat, please. Record reflect all our jurors have returned, so good morning. Hope y'all all had a nice evening. The lawyers and I got here at 8:30, been working ever since to help with a couple of issues, so I appreciate them being here. Been on the bench now for about 30 years now, and when I think back at my career, I think sometimes when I made issue or when I ruled on issues and stuff, I was like a tank. I just shoot with answer and then move on. And then, so I gone up to New Hampshire. Yeah, I think it's New Hampshire to speak at some seminar. So I go out, run on a boat, and I see this lighthouse. And this lighthouse just gets pounded all the time by storms. All that. And I thought, how does that lighthouse react? And I thought, well, what it does is it keeps on shining its light to help people. It doesn't get mad. It doesn't cuss at the wind or doesn't yell or anything like that. So that meant a lot to me. So now every time I go to work, I separate, I keep a picture of a tank and a lighthouse. And it reminds me to try to be a lighthouse instead of a tank. I forget sometimes, to be honest. But it's helped me. It helps me be a better judge. It's helped me be a better dad, a better husband. Because I think, and it's what I'm saying to the people I care about or working with, am I being a lighthouse or a tank? So if you see this picture up here, that's what that is. All right? Okay. You already call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Michael Ewer.
Okay. They're coming. Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. You'll raise your right hand.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. If you'll say both your first name and last name and spell them both for me.
First name's Michael, last name's Uher, U-H-E-R. Michael's M-I-C-H-A-E-L.
And if you'll be sure and speak up in that microphone, that'll help everybody hear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Questions, General?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us what agency you worked for back in August of 2020?
Oak Ridge Police Department.
And what was your rank and duties at that time?
I was a captain. I was, it's kind of a joke. They said I was over everything except the patrol division, everything from animal control to CID to narcotics.
Were you working in that capacity on August 5th and 6th in 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
In your role as a captain, were you called in in an investigative capacity on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Don't recall the exact time it was. It was late at night. I know it was dark, and can't remember if Lieutenant Hines contacted me, but they said that they had a girl that they had talked to, and that she had went to several different police agencies to report a homicide, that her boyfriend had killed a girl and had her in a freezer. When I first heard that, it was, of course, right? At first I was skeptical of whether or not this was real, but I responded to the police department, and they were gathering a search warrant based on the information that they had obtained, and a search warrant for the house.
So as a result of the execution of that, did you participate in an interview of Mr. Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you see that person you interviewed in the courtroom today?
Yeah, he's sitting over there in a blue and white checkered shirt.
May the record reflect that he's identified the defendant. Who else was present at that interview?
Detective Marvell Moore.
All right. Did you have a full investigative file before you did this interview?
No, ma'am.
What kind of basis of information did you have at this point?
I received information that this man had killed this woman and that he had choked her. Information that possibly hit her with a baseball bat and had kept her captive, killed her, and locked her up in a freezer.
Were you present for the interview of the other person who was present in the house when this happened, the reporter, the complainant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you interviewed Mr. Finnegan, did you read him his Miranda rights?
I did not. Detective Moore did.
Okay.
I was present when he did it, though.
Was he given the opportunity to look at the form himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he indicate that he consented to speak to you?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I had him initial. Marvell Moore said it, and I reiterated, please initial each part of the Miranda and the waiver as you understand it, and he did that.
May I approach?
Sure.
Do you recognize that form?
I do, ma'am.
Could you tell us what it is, please?
Pardon me?
Could you tell us what it is?
It's a Miranda rights form and a waiver of those rights.
And whose signature is on that?
Sean Finnegan's, and saying correct that it was Sergeant Marvell Moore at the time.
And are their initials indicating each separate section of the rights waivers?
There is by Sean Finnegan, SF, yes, ma'am.
Move this in state's evidence as exhibit number 53. Thank you. Did Mr. Finnegan make any incriminating statements to you in the course of this interview?
He did, yes, ma'am.
What's the first thing that you recall that he admitted to you?
The first thing that he said to me was that he had met this girl where he worked at the Pine House in Knoxville, and she agreed to go back to the house with him. Said that she willingly came back to the house, and said that they had sex upstairs in the bedroom, and he needed to use the bathroom and urinate. Not the terminology used, but for the courtroom purposes, to urinate. And she wanted to take a shower and get cleaned up. And while he was urinating, she had went back downstairs naked. And when he came down the stairs, he heard screaming. And he initially told me that Rebecca had hit her with a baseball bat. And then he said he flipped out and says, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" Then he told me that Rebecca cleaned up the blood from where she was hit in the head with a baseball bat, and that the girl just voluntarily walked up the stairs with them back up into the bedroom.
So after she had been beaten, she walked up. She meaning the victim, you mean?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Jennifer.
I don't think he testified that she was beaten. He testified she was hit in the head.
Okay, so after she was hit in the head, the victim, on her free will, walked up the stairs.
Just his initial statement was, "We brought her up the stairs," but then later he said that she just walked up the stairs past his mother wearing a hoodie, which is very conflicting.
Okay. Did he make any statements about the freezer?
He did. He said he rented the freezer and had it delivered to his house. I found it a bit odd that you have a freezer delivered to the upstairs bedroom closet, but that's where he said he needed to put it so his mother wouldn't see it.
Did he make any statements about what had happened to Jennifer Paxton's clothes?
He said he disposed of the clothing. He said that he got rid of the clothing, and I asked him, was that because it was evidence? He said yes, he didn't want to get in trouble. He didn't want to go to jail.
Did he say anything about the baseball bat?
He did. He said he got rid of the baseball bat, and he said it was long gone. He got rid of it early. He threw it away. He said that he had put the clothes in the trash. I had asked if they were bloody clothes, and he said that they weren't that bloody.
Did he make any statements regarding the victim being restrained?
He did. He initially said that Rebecca had chained her up, and I made the comment, chained her like a dog, and he said that Rebecca chained her to the bed, but that he had tied her up using strings that he had laying around the house. He later said about the chain that he allowed Jennifer to go to the bathroom. And then he said that Rebecca told him to put the chain back around her neck, so he wrapped the chain around her neck, but he indicated that Rebecca was the one that put the lock on it, taking some of it away from himself.
Objection to his opinion about...
No, sustain.
Yeah, just say what the statement was, he said.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Was this interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Was that audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that video and believe it is an accurate representation of the interaction that you had with Mr. Finnegan on that
Yes,
early
ma'am.
morning?
Yes, ma'am, it is. And I actually, first time in a couple of years, watched it last night, and it kept me up all night.
Your Honor, please, may we play the video?
Joe, when you watch this video, there's some places in there where you may see editing, and that's editing that I said that needed to be removed, that wasn't relevant to the case. So if you see something skipping there, don't fill in the gap. Remember that that's something I did, and I just want you to consider what's on the video.
Can you tell us, if you need to turn around a bit to see it, who is that we're seeing on the screen right now?
I'm sitting to the left in a chair, and that's Sean Finnegan sitting there with his back and left shoulder against the wall with the outlet right behind him. On the right.
And hard to tell, but is there anyone else there in the room?
Detective Moore, yeah, I'm sorry, because I couldn't tell. He's sitting right at the lower part of the screen where that play button is with his hand on the notepad.
You got those? Yes, sir. All right, clear. A few questions. questions now while the lawyers are present, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to you. Now I'm going to read your lawyer rights. I have really been statement of my rights and I understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want to lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, or no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. Okay. The time is 5:50. Okay. And if you understand those, you know, I know the initial true name and sign the name here.
They're having a difficult time understanding this or hearing this, but this is what the tape is, right? Okay. Okay, so we'll try to turn it down, but right, we'll turn it down, but you're correct, and so just do the best you can. We got to dance with who brought us. Okay. All right.
She took a shower, came downstairs. I went upstairs to go take a piss. When I came back down, she had maybe she got a blackout or whatever. She hit it with a baseball bat. And I freaked out. sex with this girl like to be choked? No. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I went to work when I came home and she was dead. And I didn't know what to do. And I was like, Rebecca, what did you do? She's like, I just flipped out. We're grateful, but it's long gone. I never did it. I loved her and I covered it up for her. I knew it was going to come back. Where's she at? Where's she at? Oh, where's she at? She's the one who did it, not me. I just tried to cover it up for her. I mean, if I did it, I mean, how do you live with someone that did it for 9 months? You know what I'm saying? We slept in the bed. I didn't do it. What was your name? What was that condition? No, the girl was good. I don't know that this morning. It was Jen. Jen? How long was she with your home? She was there for about 4 years before she ended up doing that to her. We tried to clean her up, you know, she went for a while. She should do the baseball bat from what I can tell. Yeah, look at me from home. I mean, one of the things that I've studied is forensics on bodies, and I done it for years. And I understand that. This girl was hit, and she lived for several days, so you just go work one day. I'm not saying what one day, I'm just saying I came home from work and she was dead. But how many days was she in the bedroom where she was injured? 4 days. Was her arm broken? 2? She looked like she would have been knocked, but it was broken. Well, no, my ex hit her when I was upstairs. I didn't touch her. How long did you keep her in the bedroom? 4 days? Or whatever? Yeah. I was just trying to doctor her back. What did we try? I know you were trying, but I didn't panic. I didn't do it. I don't think you did it. I don't think you did it with the baseball bat. But I think you panicked and you did something that you needed to do to try to protect you and your girlfriend. I understand. I didn't touch it. I came home and she flipped out on me. She was not normal. She was bipolar, schizophrenia, all that, you know, and she flipped out. We've been arguing for the last couple of weeks. Why was she in the bed with her? Because an officer came by today asking me about a body in the refrigerator, so I took her out and put her under the bed. I didn't know what to do with her. I didn't know. I was scared. I don't know what to do. I tried to cover it up. That's all I tried to do. So after she was in the bedroom for 4 days, she was still alive. Did you go for her income? Tied up. Yeah, when she was tied up, yes, because I wanted to get out because of everything that happened. I was just trying.
Could you tell us what he said just now?
He said, yes, she was tied up because I didn't want her to get away because of everything that had happened.
But my girl got mad again and just took it out on her. The whole thing was just attitudes, and that's all it was. It sent it all away. That's all it was. But it didn't end up that way. What's the marks on her leg? No marks. She got marks on her leg. She choked her. She told me she choked her. Yes, I was there. Yes, I covered it up. And as far as I went, I had to hide it for my protection and my girl. Forgive me from all the times that I did not do it. Okay, I'm telling you this is the truth. And I did not listen to the program. I really did. I did not. I know you choked it, okay? And I know why you choked it. I'm not worried about that. I know you were scared. Okay? I know you were scared. Maybe you were scared of your girlfriend. I don't tell you she wrote something you made that you don't know you were protecting her. I know you were. But I know you choked the girl because it takes strength to do that. She's got strength. She's got a life you. And that major strength. And it was like, you beat me up the other day. I got to lose that with me with the string or rope. I don't know. You got that in the world. No, I was not. I came home to her being dead. I'm telling you, officer, I came home to her being dead. I did not touch her. I did not. I did not do it. Yes, I admit, I covered it up. I went and got a freezer. I put her in a freezer. I didn't know what to do. What you tired up with? I mean, just strings. It was kind of good. What strings? I don't know. Such a string I had around the house. I don't know. Shoestring? I don't know. Chain? Did you think of a chain? Maybe I'll have it on the screen. I'm telling you, I did not do this. I mean, what kind of was living with a man for 9 months? Well, now, this is what I figured out. But I thought it was just kinky sex. And you go around sex, and she wanted to get a choker. That kind of stuff happens. Yeah, it does. I mean, that kind of stuff happens. We didn't have a weird sex life. But what your girlfriend's out again? No recognition. Because you're the one telling the story that it's all about Rebecca. Rebecca hasn't said it's all about you. I'm just telling you how it is. Obviously, I know you found the body. What you want me to say, I'm telling you the truth of what's going on. I am. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm telling you the truth of what's going on. What about those waiting for you? What about those you're a liar? Okay, I'm a liar. Well, you know, I don't know what to tell you, officer. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't think my girl can be good? I didn't grow up with this little bit, but I never choked her. I didn't choke her. I mean, it was a shoeless or a string. You used something about bad wine, but it was shoeless. I didn't choke her, I choked her. When I came home from work, she was dead. And she kind of got off on it. I was like, you're kind of demented. Oh, back in December. She got in the freezer since then, 8 months. That's what I'm saying. She sat in the same bed with me. She did everything. I should never met her. She fucked up my life. So she was hurt. And she worked for 4 days. She broke her church on Friday. Yes. And she came to head, and like I said, you know, we had a weird sex life. I never thought that she would hurt somebody, you know. And we were still getting married, and girlfriend and girl, my girl. We got off to her. She got off on it. But we know that surgery was all that was it. And then by the time I came home, the 4th night, she was done. She killed her. And it wasn't a kidnapping. I brought her home. She came in the car with me and brought her home. You can talk to my mom. We had, you know, got to see me in the shower. I let her take a shower. Yes, indeed. The sucks about this, I've been doing this job a long time. And the only people who comes out of the trouble and they just don't know how to help themselves. You sit down and talk to them and they tell you a story and they want to try to stick with you and they justify things. I'm not saying that you kidnap somebody you came home with alone. Yes. When you tie somebody to your bed, like we were beating on a baseball bat and we were there for 4 days, I didn't know what to do. I was scared. You got kidnapped? I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I guess in your eyes it is. In my eyes it is. All I did was try to help the girl, and my girl got jealous over it. I'm telling you, my girl got jealous over it. Helped me take me to the hospital to seek treatment. I went to jail, she went to jail. You know what I'm saying? As if she did. Yeah, but she wouldn't kill me under any circumstances. I didn't know what to do. I got scared. I mean, point blank, I got scared, didn't know what to do. seen it before. You hooked up with it before? Or was this your first? No, I hooked up with it before. You know, and that's the first time I brought it home now. You know, what you chose now. Commission is not going out. Pull up for my job. So how much was you even charge you to stay at the house? I was going to do like $100, you know. But everything just got so crazy. It just got so crazy. I didn't know what to do. It's open, but I don't know what got into it that day. Sexual gratification out of this. And this girl is tired to bed, getting ready to die. Well, I did not want her to die. I did not. Then why did you get her out of there? Well, I was not scared. You said that you kept her in a freaking freezer for 8 months. Don't say that and tell me how you're scared. That's not scared. That's not a man that's scared. Keep somebody in a freezer. Did you open the freezer and beat off? No. Huh? Did you go over there and look at her and beat off? No. Did you take her out and have sex with her again? No. Huh? No. No. Don't sit here and tell me that after the girl was not having your girlfriend sex with her, you didn't because you did. And your lies need to end. You need to start telling me you had one sexual encounter before she got beat up. Yeah, before she got beat up. You're right, you did. And then you had another sexual encounter after she got beat up, and she was tied up to your bed. Your girlfriend had her chain. Oh my God. Did she have a chain around her neck? Or did she have yes, like a dog? That wasn't me, officer. What was I supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Kill me from our arguments. And that's why you choked her, because your girlfriend threatened to kill you. And I know that. No. Yes. Don't tell me no. You already know it. It's the truth. And you know it. No, I'm sorry. You did it because you were afraid. I'm sorry what happened to her, but I did not do it. I'm sorry what happened to her. You choked her. Your girlfriend here with a baseball bat, but you choked her? No, I did not, officer. You're a liar. You can call me a liar. I want to call you a liar. I did not do it. When I came home, she was dead, and my girl killed her. I did not touch that girl except for having sex with her dad's kid. And I tried to help her. I tried to get her to help her. You never shit for me. You ever heard of blue water or something? I cleaned it all up. I was busted open. Her arm was broken. She was talking and she was all right. Yeah, I didn't try to get her bed. I was going to get her where'd they go? Where'd they go? My child is in bed. My girlfriend is in bed. I did not do that. Is it your bed? It's my bed. Is it your apartment? Yes. Is it a horrible apartment? Is your mother in there with you? Yes. Okay. You gotta say so. I mean, you got my house. You ain't trying to my bed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I did not do it, officer. I'm telling you. And you can sit there and say that to your boy in the face, but you're a liar. You're a liar. I didn't mean I didn't do it. I said they didn't.
What was that he just said?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
What was that he just said?
Could you repeat? I wear hearing aids, so I'm having a little difficulty too.
What was it that Mr. Finnegan just said?
I didn't catch it. Could you replay it just a little bit?
He's saying, how come you're not interviewing her?
Yeah, he did ask me how come I wasn't interviewing her, and I had not. Yes, ma'am.
Like video.
I'm sure they didn't. You think that you're the only person I talk to every day? I'm going to they kind of go after you. You should you they woke me up. I didn't do it. You didn't do it. I did not do it. You took care of her. I protected my girl. I know, you took care of the girl. You took care of the girl. You left her tied to your bed for 4 days. Yeah, and then you kept her in your freezer for 8 months. I didn't know what to do. You took good care of her. I didn't know what to do with her, officer. I didn't know what to do with her. And you're not supposed to be, I didn't pick her up on you. Can't. And you can go under your bed. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. Yeah? You want to know why? Because you all the closing in on now. When did you go to the store, right? By the cigarette center? Yes. Yeah. We always have. You didn't know it's red, right? I smoke 3 packs a day. I'm sure you know what you're talking about. You got to get ready to go busted, but what do you think? I did not do it, officer. No, you were. And I knew if I didn't do something with this girl back to the bed, she was going to kill me. I do it when it's I'm saying I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. I really had a girlfriend, yes. I was going to do that. I let her fantasies, I never be hurt. No. It was only one time I touched her and I was going to first up together, and I found out she was cheating, not ready to cheat on me. So I slapped her in the face when I found out about it. And that was it. And she went ballistic, she choked me. Have you ever called? Huh? You ever called? No. You ever called me coming in bed? We had sex one time and whatever. You know, I don't fancy it. I don't like to get me in bed. Because she wanted it. That was a long time ago. She wanted me to do whatever else on her. She's infatuated. Once she gets hooked, she accident with somebody. And if she feels that some other person's going to take over and be away from her, she goes ballistic. I've been in a relationship with a woman, and it's not to that extent. I mean, we very pretty, going, we very pretty. I went to work every day, I did whatever. But she was possessive, she didn't want to work. She got up for me when I got home, she grew up. Now we don't do it at 5 o'clock in the morning. She knows she might go prostitutes and stuff, and screw her away. She asked for it, it's like, she later we really have a person again. So it might be a week before I bring somebody home. When I meet somebody. But she's into the Christmas. And I don't know what happened with this one. You really think that the way that you got everything too bad that you have loved ones? You hear about it? Yes, I thought about that. She told me she had kids. How many kids? And she said she had 3 kids. She had 3 kids. And you have kids too, right? When I go to Miami. If something happened to you, you think your kids should learn how that happened to you? I don't really talk to her because when I was seeing, she was married. And when we met up that night, we ended up talking and she ended up getting pregnant. I'm pretty much almost on them. So when you kid over, you kid everything with you? Have you tried everything with you? No. I mean, I've lived up in Tennessee for 17 years now. We all have kids, and most of us all got kids. You're a kid. Yeah, hard. Nothing. I'm talking about it. My mom's sitting on the porch tonight. How much of this is your mom, though? My mom doesn't know. She doesn't know if they're really good. My mom, she has no clue. Mom's got dementia. She's got dementia all the time. Everything's dead. freezer in the closet. I'm seeing it. She has no clue what's going on. And the girl was taking me over the head downstairs. The one had the head there. She was hard to hear him. She can't really hear a couple officers tonight. They noticed it. I think you the sex vehicle to the girl once you do that. I think you the sex vehicle to the girl once you do that. I literally think you know. Or I think you just told me got home. Yeah. Girlfriend. See it? Yeah. She never looked at me broken. No, my girl's great. I was wrong, the girlfriend got jealous or something. She's 22, she's gonna get jealous. So I told them, no, with a girlfriend, my girl. I always jumped. 36 is like 37. 32 years old. We've seen a 22-year-old girl. We've been together for a year. And also, you got good body, I was thinking, I didn't know I didn't know what to do. I mean, how you just, I didn't know what to do. What you go to school? I didn't go to school, really. I mean, my high school, it was my 6th grade, and it was down 232. So nobody knows how to write them wrong. Yes, I knew he was writing wrong, and I knew when I hit the body, he was wrong to do, but I didn't know what to do with it. I did not know what to do with it. John, we girls had sex, and I go without a woman for about 4 months and was it fun? It wasn't for me, because she was hurt. But my girl wanted to have sex with her, she did, and then afterwards she had sex with her, she had a little bit of blowjob, that was it. I couldn't even have sex because she was hurt. She went way beyond the point. She crossed over the line. Some first time you have on somebody else. That's the first time a girlfriend got raped with somebody when you were having sex. It's really somebody. She done something before. I can tell. She didn't kill anybody before, did she? Yes, she did. This one. Before this one. I don't know. She told me she was raped, and she told me she was, I think she was raped from age of 6 all the way up to the age of 12, 13. She's got hip problems. And Uncle raped her, some other guy that was putting her all the last time you guys had sex with somebody and a girlfriend got off of them besides this one. We haven't had sex since this incident with another girl because we talked in Ohio before this girl. Before the girl what? When was the last time you had sex with another girl? It was recently. Your girlfriend got off of them. She didn't get rough with them. This was the only one she got rough with. We thought that she went over the line. She did. She crossed the line. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I don't know what she did, why she did it. Yeah, she was cut down for good. That was found to your house. Knowing what, a female and another female being brought to your house. I had that one escorted out with my ex-girlfriend, because she stole my mom's medicine. And we were upset because the girl at that time brought another girl home. He didn't want to have sex with you. We've always had sex with every girl we brought home. I'm not talking about Rebecca, I'm talking about the girl that she was dating last year. Sarah? Sarah was a threesome type of deal. It was just like one-on-one with her. Did she want someone home for you? No. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to say that. She used to, get girls to come over. But all that stuff, when I started dating Rebecca, and we had some threesomes together, I'm not going to deny that. I go by the girls, whatever, some of them are heroines, and we got fun. And they go on their way. One was married for 2 months while we were dating with Rebecca. And Tasha lived with us for about a month. And after her jealousy thing, we just stopped all the threesomes. true. She was dead. I don't think home till 5 o'clock in the morning, so I don't know what she did from the time I left work till that time. Her happens to be, we had a police on there. I didn't do an officer. Sean, I did not know that. You know, you were looking at the position, died, fully scared. Yes, I was scared. Yes, I covered the body up. Yes, I put the body on his face. That's all I could do. That's all I did. Count your time to your bed, dude. While she lay there and it was just all good. My girl, my girl went, no, don't let her up. She was tied to your bed, beat up and suffering with her head caved in and her arm broken. And you guys are having sex still. You had to do something with her, and you know it. Because your girlfriend couldn't do it. My girlfriend didn't do it. And you put her in a freezer for 8 never months. I didn't know what to do with your body. What do you know what to do? You said you drop off and sleep? I don't kill people. I did not do it. I don't think we did. I don't know. I was scared. I hit the body. That was all I did. You were so scared you kept your time in your bed for 4 days. You ain't been on the caught. That's right. I'm scared of getting caught. Yes. I didn't want to go to jail. No. I'm right here. And I have my mom I take care of. I did not do this. Yeah, you did do it. No, I did not. You did it. You did a whole lot with it, too. I'll tell you right now, I'm personal testimony available. What are you talking about, man? Well, you know, somebody was doing the record with that young lady. I got a connection. I wrote my word. First girl was scared to death. I don't know if she was scared of what I knew was scared. Tell me what my minister did. She tied me in bed. You want to know why the kid is? She's tied. Listen to me. Nobody's got more power than I do. Bullshit. She's tied me in bed and you're scared of the damn bed. And that's why you had to kill her because you wouldn't let her go. And all you like is you're a coward. I didn't kill her. You're a coward. You can call me a coward, but I'm a coward. And you're a liar. That's my girl. You want the truth, girl? Go out there. I know you love your girl. I do love her. You love her. You love her. You love her, but you're just going to protect her. Now you're going to put her under the bus. Well, what do you want her to do? She's fucking said something you guys about all this. Oh, really? Is that what she's about? You're full of shit, Sean. Okay, Danny, what do you say, officer? So you know you are. What do you say? And I'll keep saying that. I do not. I know you're going to keep showing. I didn't do it. Ready to work. The big one don't really matter, Sean. I know it really doesn't. Because you know what? You took a girl that had a kid that was a baseball player and broken bones. You had her tied to your bed. I didn't have her tied to my bed. She was tied. Had her tied to our bed. She was tied to your bed that you laid in at night for 4 nights. She was laying there tied to your bed, alive, suffering for 4 nights. While you guys are having sex. And then, after she's dead, you put her in your freezer, in your bedroom, in the closet, for 8 months. You carried me alive like shit like stone callous. I didn't know what to do with it. I believe you now. Okay, Sean. I believe you. Yeah, I believe you tell the truth. You don't believe me. No, I don't. Nobody believes you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, you don't vote for voting, you're voting. No, I did not. Very much so. No, I did not. A very big part of it. No, I did not. Someone like that girl that's in your bed, you put in your bed today, after you took her out of the freezer. Tell her you had nothing to do with that. She knows that. She knows it. She's dead in her head. In her head. Yeah. Tell her that. I did not hurt her. That was my wrong. I did not hurt her. What is this cover off? Which one is it? It's in there, you go. Remember? Okay. Somebody, you know, we'll see what goes on. And then a couple of days later, I actually been in her home. How long was she at the house before the baseball riots occurred? I don't know, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, so the same day. Yeah. She was not like a couple later. No. We were at sex. I went upstairs to the bathroom. After she came down and taking a shower, we had sex. I went upstairs again to wash off. Same thing I told her, I told you. You know? And I heard yelling. I came running downstairs, and she was whacking her with the baseball bat. I had nothing to do with that. And I got scared. I told her, what'd you do? What did you do? You know? And she's like, well, whatever. You know? I'm like, why did you do that? She's like, I don't know, something came over me. And she cleaned up the blood, she said she did it, she was like, I'll clean up my mess. I was like, baby, what the fuck? How do you go and say? She walked upstairs, right past my mom. I said, when the bathroom? I mean, she had a hoodie on. It was wintertime, you know, so she wanted to stick around. No, she had no problem. I think they get their head busted open a little bit. The thing was, she was going to talk to me, and when we talked, that my dad was going to go ahead. What are you talking about? This time, how sorry I was, what happened? And she wanted to. She was fine. She really was. How did you try out? My brother did that. I didn't know that. She walked up the stairs on her own. She was fine. Everything was good. You guys were back to being friends again. And then the girl tied her up to the bed. No. You were there. What happened? She was tied her up. She told her to get down on her knees. And she told her to get down. She was sitting around there. After she had her girlfriend hit her baseball bat, she got down on her knees on her own. She said, "Did you know what happened to the dog?" She did. Are you serious? She did. No, she's got that kid and she can go around the baseball. So, you know, she had a chance to walk away and she didn't have hungry. She said, maybe it was better. You know? So I gave her a couple of pills in my pocket for the about that. She was a junkie. She was sucking on good drugs. You don't know good? No. No. I remember you. Okay, so you one. No, you gotta give her a couple of pain pills. Don't lie again. No, I'm not lying. Yes, you are. Commit a story, then you're in trouble. So you're lying. There's very comfortable and she knew that there's only pain pills you give her. I was able to get the pain pills for her. Okay, so how did you give her? I gave her 2. I'm not sure you girlfriend up so your girlfriend can tie her up? Tell the truth. No. Your girlfriend don't go up? I don't know. You put something in a drink or something? My girlfriend has access to her, you know? So after she was in the head, I'm going to recap. Your girlfriend, you go to the place, come downstairs, your girlfriend's beating the hell out of the baseball bat, right? Yes. And you say, oh my God, what did you do? Oh God, this is horrible. And your girlfriend says, don't worry about it, I'll clean it up. Yes, she did. And then the girl gets up and she goes upstairs with you guys. I don't know. She didn't care what you bashed because you're talking nice to her. I know what you said. You're talking nice to her and she likes you now. And now you guys are best buds. So you go upstairs with her. I don't understand why my girl went off on her. That's something else to me. And then your girlfriend comes up there and she's not afraid of your girlfriend no more. And your girlfriend's up there getting on her knees and she listens to her girlfriend while your girlfriend puts a chain around her neck. Yes. Right? Yes. Yeah. And you're standing there and that's normal. That's not normal. So you give her some painkillers. That's not normal. I know. You give her some painkillers to make her feel better. Right? Yes. Okay. And then what happens? That was about it. For 4 days. After that, she just stayed chained to the bed like that with a chair and nothing. And I fed her, I gave her water, I took care of her. Did you take the chain out for that, girl? Yes, I did. How did you get back on there then? She told me to put it back on. Who did? My girl. And you listen to her. I'm scared of my girl. Yeah? Did your girlfriend tell you to choke her? I did not choke her. Tell the truth. I did not choke her. You just put the chain on her neck. I'm going to try to stab you one night. Yeah? So, you take the chain off and you beat her. Your girlfriend tells you to put the chain back on. So you do it. I got it off. She put it back on. No, you just said your girlfriend told you to put it back on. And you didn't. I wrapped it around and then she locked it. I did not kill that girl. I'm telling you, I did not kill her. Put the chain on her neck. Then your girlfriend put the lock on. I did not kill that girl. The chain killed her. I don't know. When I came home, the night I came home, she was already dead. And I was scared. I didn't know what to do with her. So the truth can sometimes set you free. You're going to feel better once you start telling the truth. I already told the truth. Yeah, no. You've lied several times and we're talking your way through them. I'm not. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. You're talking your way through them. My girl's one that killed her. How many times did you give her painkillers? Just the 2 days. Both of them. That's all I gave her. What did you do the next day? I didn't have it. She was crying. She was hurt. Anything to give her. She was crying and hurt. I didn't have it. Your girlfriend don't take money out? No. Never. I've never seen nothing about her mouth. Never. I've never seen. She put sock in her mouth? I don't know. I don't know because, like I said, I went to work every day. She was home alone with her while she was alive. You never get on with it sometime when she was alive. Huh? You never get on with it sometime. Yeah, you can't remember the way that you wrote. You're on the road. Okay. That's what you're doing today. But you're home. You're sleeping on the bed. What you going to find up on it? Holy chaos. Sean, the girl is right there. And you come home from work and you get in that bed. I didn't cut it off, Sean. You're trying to think in your head about it. Make up more line. I'm not trying to make up more line. You're sure. You're sure. I told you what happened, and that's my thing. That's it. Hey, Sean, what did you do today? What did you do before the close? I got it. I knew it. I swear now. Two more, and I'll run to him. Cover your blood. You're not covering blood. When she was in a living room, your girlfriend hit her with a baseball bat, like you said, was she naked? yes. This is the sound came downstairs. I guess you probably got rid of the mail done after she was dead. Right? Yes. Yep. Well, you do that. Is there one there? Yes. And they told me anyway, whether it was good, so. You recall that question or anything? I don't remember that one back. There you go. Yeah, but already, yes. Some of my folks are going to do it. It's not even this huge moment. Well, let you wake up and read the room bar. I'm not talking no more. I'm not talking no more. Okay?
Please, I'll leave this in as State's Exhibit number 54.
All right. Thank you.
And I passed the witness, Judge.
I'm sorry.
I passed the witness, Judge.
Okay. Their lunch has arrived, so I need to go ahead and let all Eddie Boyer So if you'll leave your notebooks there. Remember my instructions to you yesterday not to discuss the case with each other during the trial? Everybody do that. Nobody talked about it. Anybody last night? Raise your hand. Everybody good? Perfect. Thank you so much. Now take you to eat lunch down there. All right. We'll start back about 1:20. Drew, call me. If you'll just tell them, whoever's in charge, that they talk to me, and if they can help him with that. So he wants toiletries and a fresh towel.
Towel and blanket that ain't ripped.
A what?
A towel and a blanket that are not ripped.
A towel and a blanket.
Correct.
Is that it?
That's it, Judge.
Okay, so if they get him a new towel and a new blanket.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Not the bottom of the barrel either.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay? All right, if you can bring our jury in. If everybody rise, please. Thank you. Have a seat. The record reflecting our jurors are back from lunch. Hope you all had a pleasant lunch. And now we'll do cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Just briefly, we watched the video, so I'm not gonna go through it and rehash it. But you would agree that at that moment you were pretty confident that you had your guy on this, right? I mean, you were pretty confident Sean was guilty, right?
Very much so.
Okay. And throughout the interview, he maintained that he told you some things for sure, but he maintained that he didn't kill the girl and that he didn't physically harm the girl, correct?
I can't say that. I think he tried to maintain that he didn't kill her, but I don't think he maintained that he didn't physically harm her, because he did put the chain around her neck and he did tie her up, and it was strings from his house. So
right.
I can't say that he did not harm her.
Okay. But what I'm saying, I guess, is in his response to your questions, he kept saying, I didn't do it and I was scared and I didn't know what to do. Right? I mean, that was kind of his response to most of your questions.
He responded that way to many of the questions.
Okay. That's it, Judge. think that's all.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you step down. Reset it, form free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Am I excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Who's your next witness?
State rest, Your Honor.
All right. So, let's talk about what happens next. The state's rested. Now it's the opportunity for the defense to put on any proof if they want to. They don't have to put on any proof. So that's the way that operates. The not bad news is maybe they can take you to a more comfortable place because I think it's hot in that room. But I've got about 15, 20 minutes of stuff I have to do with lawyers after the plaintiff rests and before the defendant makes a decision about any kind of defense. So I'm going to, when one of the deputies comes walking through the door, I'm going to ask y'all to go back somewhere nice for about 20 minutes, maybe 25. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I didn't see you back there. Then I'll bring you back in here in about 25 minutes. But I have to do that legally to go through the proper steps that I have to go through. Okay? Everybody, so nobody's mad at me for bringing you in for a few minutes. Okay, that's great. Everybody rise, please. All rise. Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Have a seat, please. And any motions by the defense?
Yes, sir. I will make a motion pursuant to Rule 29, Judge, for directed verdict. Viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, we believe that a reasonable juror could not find it beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Finnegan is guilty of the first-degree murder counts, or of the kidnapping counts, or of the rape counts. I think there's probably enough evidence for the last two counts. I can't think of what they're called right now, but there's the evidence counts and the what's the other one? Yeah, abuse of the corpse. I don't know that I have an argument as far as for this point for Rule 22. But when we look at the evidence that has come in, and it's just the state evidence at this point, most of the fact scenario comes from their witness, Rebecca Dishman. Most of the facts about what happened leading up to that August 8th finding of the body is still, I think, a mystery. I'm not sure that their timeline, they tried to establish a timeline around Christmas, but I'm not certain that they did. And the indictment has the date range on those top counts ending in December 31st, 2019. The state, and beginning sometime in November, I think, is about a month date range in there, or maybe 2 months. But it ends December 31st, 2019. And the evidence that's been introduced in order to develop that time frame is based on the delivery of the freezer, is from what I can tell, which was the 28th of December. The other evidence that they tried to use to establish that timeline was the testimony of one of the neighbors that heard some noise around Christmas. And I think that's it. I think that might be the only way the timeline is established at all, as far as when these events actually took place. And so, based on the evidence that they've introduced, if the freezer was delivered, and Rebecca Dishman testified that the freezer was there before Jennifer Paxton got there.
That's not.
That's okay.
Statement.
That is.
That's okay.
Okay.
His motion. Go ahead.
She testified. In my notes, she testified that the freezer was there before they got there. Was there first. So if the freezer was there first and it was delivered December 28th, and Sean was at work, then he couldn't have possibly been home until the morning of 29th, which would have been the day that possibly he came home with Jennifer Paxton. But that's as close as they get to establishing that it was in December at all. because the testimony about hearing noises, which included a lot of details that weren't in her original statement, but I understand that that's not arguable at this point. But her testimony was that the reason why she heard those noises, like a fight moving from room to room, was because her Christmas tree was up. And her testimony was that she kept her Christmas tree up until mid-January to the end of January. So as far as I can tell, their timeline is actually December 29th to mid-January to end of January is when this possibly happened. And if they have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, or I don't believe that any reasonable juror could take that they've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it took place before December 31st. And so from that perspective, my argument is that that has to be reasonable doubt because it's outside of the range of dates that they chose. And they could have amended the indictment, but they didn't. And so there's just not proof beyond a reasonable doubt of when this took place. It could have taken place any time during that period, and it's still only based on a freezer delivery, which is, it's not clear whether it was there before, how long it was there, or if it was there after. It's just not clear. We've heard both things. And then the only other thing that ties to the time, like I said, is the neighbor, and her testimony is sketchy at best. I mean, as far as her timeline, it's just based on her tree being up. So that gives us a 2-week to 4-week span of time, and that's after Christmas. That's after New Year's. The other testimony is from the person that worked with Sean, who said he would have been working every single night that week. So for him to be able to accomplish this, or any of these acts, or for any of these acts to even take place during that time period, I think the state would have to show more to prove to a reasonable juror beyond a reasonable doubt that they've proven those acts happened in the space of time that they've alleged, or that Sean Finnegan is responsible for those acts outside of the ones that he admitted to, which I understand could be reasonably inferred maybe on the kidnapping or whatever, but on the premeditated first-degree murder, I don't think they get there at all. And on the others, I'll stick with my argument. I don't think it gets there.
All right. Thanks, sir. For the state?
Yes, Your Honor. We believe that the evidence taken in the light most favorable to the state, that each of these counts is clearly supported by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. So certainly enough to give it to the jury for them to make a decision as to the dates that are alleged in each count of the indictment. As long as there is proof that it was within that time frame, and there is, then that is sufficient to give it to the jury. They don't have to find there were acts of this going on every single day during that time period, but just that these events happened sometime before the finding of the indictment and within this time period. We have Ms. Dishman saying that the freezer was delivered before Ms. Paxton was dead. We had the dates that the freezer was delivered. We have Ms. Norwood Coons saying that these events happened when she had her Christmas tree up, which is something that they can infer Christmas time with in conjunction with the other facts. And finally, Mr. Finnegan says in his interview, this all happened in December. And so certainly that is sufficient for us to make those arguments to the jury that this is proved beyond a reasonable doubt that these events happened within the time frame that is alleged by the state. And, of course, we believe that as to the tampering and abuse of corpse counts and conspiracy counts, that the evidence is sufficient to send all of these counts to the jury judge, and we'd ask that you deny the Rule 29.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to add something else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to deny your motion considering looking at the state's case in its best light. I'm going to deny the motion at this time. So, a couple things, if y'all are ready to do it. I've given you the document for the fine issue, and I've given you the document for the Moment hearing.
Judge, briefly.
Sure.
This had a 3-hole punch. Are you okay with us just filling in blank on this?
I had extras.
Is that
So,
okay
yes.
for us just to submit that?
It is.
Okay, we weren't sure if you wanted to. So I'll go ahead and scribble that out.
Okay.
And I've already done the waiver.
Okay.
For the fines.
And this is the waiver for the fines.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we've discussed.
And I'll make that exhibit, and that will not go back with the jury. If you mark it as. Thank you, sir. very much. Please, sir. You'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. If you'll say your first name and last name and spell them both for me.
Sean, S-E-A-N, Finnegan, F-I-N-N-E-G-A-N.
Okay, and who's going to ask?
Yes, sir. Sean, so we've spoken about your right to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that you have a right, you have an absolute right to remain silent.
Yes, I do.
And you also have a right to testify on your own behalf if you should choose to.
Yes.
And we've discussed the benefits and the negatives to both options.
Yes, we
correct?
have.
And I've given you my advice of what I think you should do. Is that
Yes,
right?
we have.
And I've also told you that you understand that I can't make that decision for you. Only you can make that decision.
Yes.
Right? And so, with regards to the decision of whether or not you want to testify or not testify today, what is your decision?
No, it's not to testify.
Okay. And sir, I have in front of me my waiver that I think you reviewed it with your attorney, is that correct?
Yes.
You can read and write?
Yes.
And did he go over each one of these sentences
Yes,
with
he
you?
did.
And explain them to you?
Yes, he did.
And basically, no matter what your attorney say, it's your decision about whether you want to testify or not. You
I know
understand
that.
And based upon this, it says you're waiving your right to testify.
Yes.
And then I think you signed that for me as well.
Yes, I did.
And you have any questions about that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just mark that the next number exhibit, and that will not go back either.
56.
56.
You might not say the question. He's not making this decision based on me.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Finnegan, nobody's forcing you to make this decision. You're doing it freely and voluntarily.
Voluntary, my decision.
Very good. Thanks, sir. So, I think the next thing that we'll, let me kind of tell you what, y'all have other witnesses y'all plan to call?
One.
Okay, so we'll call that witness, and then what we'll do is, when we get done with that witness, we'll go into closing arguments. I may take if y'all want me to take a 5 or 10 minute break, just tell me before we do that. Don't do closing arguments. State goes, then defense, then state. My plan after that is to stop for the day, and then come back and charge the jury in the morning. Then I'll pick the alternates, and then let them deliberate on this first part of the trial tomorrow, if that's satisfactory with y'all. Is that okay? Okay, so we'll say I told them 20 minutes, so I'll see y'all back in here in 10 minutes. Okay? Okay, thank you. Don't wait for me.
All rise.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. I think the state is rested out of the defense. Have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes, sir. We'd like to call back to the stand Investigator John Cannon.
Okay, sir, if you'll step back up here, please. you'll raise your right hand, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat. If you'll tell me your first name and last name again and spell them both.
Yes, sir. John Hannon, JOHNHANNON.
And questions?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Last time you testified, we didn't get into this a little bit, but you mentioned, I think we talked about there were dogs at the scene when you were at the scene. Did we talk about that?
I do recall. Yes.
Did you recall dogs at the scene?
No.
You did not. Okay, but there were dogs that lived there.
There were no dogs at the scene when we were there.
When you showed up, that no one took the dogs?
When I arrived, I did not see a dog.
Okay, but you're aware that whenever they went to the house, there were dogs at the house?
I think that was a precaution that the SWAT team and Oak Ridge Police Department had taken.
Okay.
But I don't recall seeing any dogs there.
Okay, and that was before you, so they would have been out before you got there?
Correct.
Okay, I got you. And you're the lead investigator, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as part of your investigation, you review everything?
Yes,
pretty
sir.
much, right? Did you review the mail letters that were sent from Mr. Finnegan or from Ms. Dishman?
Yes, I
Jail
did
letters?
review some letters. Yes, sir.
And was Ms. Dishman writing to anyone else besides Mr. Finnegan?
Object to relevance.
Your objection, what purpose? What's the base for your objection?
Relevance.
Subject to connection, Judge? It is relevant. I mean, the relevance is another
I
relationship.
hate to make you get up and leave again. I need you to get up and leave again. So I'll bring you back in about 5 minutes.
All rise.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you. Have a seat. You can re-ask your question. You can answer it, then you can object.
My question was whether Rebecca Dishman was writing to anyone else besides Sean Finnegan in jail.
Yes.
And who was she writing to? Do you know?
She had I believe, male inmate somewhere she had wrote to, or had
Okay.
wrote to her.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing letters written to a Ramses Romero?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Judge, I want to introduce these letters is the purpose of this. And so these are
letters that she wrote?
These are letters that she wrote to someone else besides Sean Finnegan that has very similar language. And the state has made an issue of her using of the language like baby girl and daddy and those type of things.
So have you seen these letters yet?
We have seen those letters, Judge, but again, this is trying to get into some ancillary thing and not the facts of this case. They're trying to say this is character evidence. This is what she does. We just don't think it's appropriate at this juncture.
She sends letters with the drawings. There's 2 of them.
Submissive.
Oh, no, it's the language that she uses.
Of submission.
It's not of submission. She uses other language you guys are trying to point to.
Yeah, if y'all hold off a second, that'd help me focus on this.
Are these not the same letter?
Not. They're almost identical in the way she writes them, but they're not the same. If you look at the lines, it's like she took the same letter and wrote it and then changed some of the wording.
Okay.
But the point of it is the language that they're used, and the letters are written to a person named Ramses. And the
Right.
state's evidence is that she went over to Mahogany's house to text with Ramses secretly,
Right.
while Sean was was controlling her, and they're using the language like daddy and little girl and that kind of thing.
I don't see daddy and little girl.
Look at the picture she drew, Judge.
And it says little girl or daddy on it.
Oh, not that picture, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But that was with that letter,
Right.
and it goes to her state of mind. But
Daddy's little
monster, and then there's
Yep.
little evil something or another in there. And the whole issue of this case is the power dynamic, Judge, and so this is to rebut that.
Okay. I'm going to disallow it. I think it's Rule 403. It's misleading and confusing, and while I certainly appreciate the position that you allege, I don't think it's supported by these letters. But I'll go ahead and mark this so the appellate courts can review it. I'll mark this as. Do I have identification? What number am I? Probably 3 or 4.
The next ID number is 14.
14, okay. We'll put identification 14. Or maybe let's make it proof of order. Let's see. Is it proof of fact? What's the terminology I use? Offer of proof. Thank you. Sorry. Long day. Offer of proof, number 1.
So before they come back in, are you going to allow me to question him a little bit about other relationships?
Not about this one. Do you have another one you want to ask about?
No, he already, not unless it's about writing letters to someone in a correction facility, but you're not going to let me ask about Ramses? Okay.
Well, let's see. You want to ask him if she wrote, I think you already asked that.
I don't know if the jury was in here, but
And he said, yes, she wrote Ramsey, I think.
she wrote Ramses, yes.
Right. I don't know what else you could ask him.
Well, that's fine. I didn't know if I asked that question in front of the jury or not.
I think you did.
Did I?
Did he ask you?
I don't think I did.
Your Honor, I don't think that question came out. I think he just asked about if he had reviewed the letters, and we objected to see what.
Right, I asked
You
who.
objected to what was in the letters.
Yeah, so
So
I
you
don't
did
think
a-
he got as far as she wrote letters to other people,
Okay.
and we stopped.
Right.
So is it do you have an objection if he goes, who did she write letters to, and he goes, Ramsey?
He could say to his knowledge who he's aware of. I mean, I'm
All
sure
right.
aware wrote letters to lots of people.
Well, I know, but you know she wrote Ramsey.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said he was in prison?
No, he
No.
was not.
Yeah, he's not. He says he's not.
What?
Okay.
Who is Ramses? Do you know?
Ramses Lopez, a former boyfriend of hers.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll let you ask her. She wrote Ramsey, and who is she? She's a former boyfriend.
That's all I want, Judge.
Okay. All right.
No objection to that.
Okay, can I bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All rise.
While they're coming in, how long a break do y'all want before we do closing arguments?
10 minutes, 15.
How long?
I just need enough time to do the chalkboard.
Okay. Take have a seat. And counsel, I think got a couple more questions.
Ready, Judge? Okay, so I asked you if you knew if Rebecca Dishman wrote letters to anyone else and from the jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she write letters to someone named Ramses?
She did.
And do you know who Ramses is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a former friend of Rebecca, somebody she described as a boyfriend.
Okay. And then earlier, I think this is an exhibit, but I've marked it up, but does that look like an exhibit that you created, your timeline?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we know what exhibit number that is?
If I can look.
Are you looking to?
I just, for the record, want to name it, but
So you don't have to look at it.
I don't have to look at it. I just want to make sure that it's clear what I'm looking at.
$39.
39. Okay, so that would be Exhibit 39, your TBA case timeline, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you're making your timeline, you have these little dots down here that says homicide occurs ? Right? And that's because you're still trying to figure it out, right? When
Can I
it
see what
happened,
you're referring to?
when the homicide occurred.
I said, can I see what you're
Oh
referring
yeah, I'm
to?
sorry. Can I approach that? Sure. I'm sorry, I wrote all over it too, but it just refers to your dots.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying now.
And there are a couple of spaces where you put those dots to kind of indicate where you think the homicide might have occurred. Is that proper? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. I'll take that back. And on this timeline, you have it as, or do you remember what dates you have it on the timeline?
There's no date listed of when the homicide occurs, but I put it in there in that December time frame.
At the end of December, sort of in that end of December time frame. So you've got it right now, I think, between the 27th and the 28th, or between the 28th and then it goes on into February, I think.
Correct.
So, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all, Judge.
Any questions?
They are.
Thanks, sir. Step back.
Thank you.
Next.
Ms. Rester.
All right, so the defense is rested, so let me tell you what our plan is. So what we're going to do is, in just a minute, we're going to take a 10-minute break. That's just so the attorneys can get ready, and they're going to make what's called closing arguments. Remember, their statements are not evidence. Their closing arguments are just to help you focus in on what they think are important parts of the trial. No need to take notes during closing arguments because they're not evidence, so we won't do that. So the way that it works here is the state goes first, then the defense, then the state. The reason for that is the state has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's the reason it goes that way. I really don't know how long closing arguments will go, but we'll just listen. If we go too long and I think y'all need a break, or somebody needs a break in closing arguments, just raise your hand and we'll take a break. So once we get done with that, then the next thing that we'll do is we'll stop for today. And so once we stop for today, it's really important, I've told you all this before, not to discuss the case with anybody until we've got everything. And just because we've stopped hearing facts, I'm not giving you the law yet, so you don't have the full picture. And so it's so important that you not talk to your new friends about this case or what the evidence has been. We can only do that when we deliberate. And so the plan is this. We'll go ahead and hear closing arguments. I'll go ahead and let y'all go home for the evening. Tomorrow morning at 9, we'll come back in and I'll give you my jury charge. And it's a lot. It's like 100 pages long, and by law I have to read it to you. But each of you will have a copy of it, and when you go back and deliberate, you'll have a copy of it. So you can refer back to it and see what the law is, if you have questions about what I said the law was. And then after the jury charge, after I finish that, then what I'll do is I'll draw 4 names out of this cup, or 4 numbers. I don't have your names. 4 numbers, and say which jurors will be listed as our alternates. Now this is a little bit different. Our 4 alternates will not, most of the time in trials, the 4 alternates go home. They're not going home. They're going to stay here until we get through with this thing, no matter how it goes. So I'll excuse the 4 alternates. They'll go into another room somewhere in this building with an officer. They can't talk about the case. They can't deliberate. In fact, I've asked the clerk tomorrow when y'all come back on the bus for each of you to bring a book that you like to read in case you're the alternate or one of the alternates, so you can have something to do while the jury while the 12 people are deliberating. The reason I'm doing that is, let's say that we start deliberations and one of our 12 gets sick or something like that. I can go through a process to put one of the alternates on that jury. So that way I don't do it again. So that's the reason for that. So, and they'll tell you to leave your books in the van. And so if you're an alternate, they'll make accommodations to get your book for you and do that. So then after that, and then depending on your verdict tomorrow, then we decide, what happens next. But that's kind of the plan for that. So I want to tell you before we get to close our arguments, before we take a short break, so that Trish can get organized for this. Y'all have really done a good job. I watched you take notes in this. You've made it through everything. And so I really appreciate y'all's concentration on this, because sometimes I know it's hard, but I really, really appreciate it. So we'll take about a 10-minute break. You can leave your notes there. You want to take notes anymore? Our note-taking days are over. We'll take a 10-minute break. When we come back in, we'll get to hear from these lawyers make their closed arguments. And to be honest, these lawyers, both sides have done a really good job. We've moved through this with a lot of evidence, and that's because they're very good lawyers, and they've done a good job presenting their evidence. So I appreciate that on both sides. So, anybody got any questions? Everybody know our plan? Okay, I'll bring it back in 10 minutes. Thank you. See y'all in 10 minutes? 10 minutes? She said that pending meant impending, which I don't know, as a trial judge I would possibly know that, but that's what they said. So now it's impending, so that would make it okay. That doesn't affect our tampering charge. So bless the Supreme Court. All right, can I bring our jury in? Everybody ready? Okay, everybody rise, please. Thank you. Have a seat, please. And closing argument by the state of Tennessee.
John Finnegan is now guilty of every charge in this indictment. And I told you at the beginning of this process, when he was not guilty, that I'd be saying something opposite when I got back up here. And here we are. The state's now met its burden of proof. We've called our witnesses. We've entered the items that are necessary in the evidence to give you everything you need to convict this man. He's been stripped. And now you can see him for who he is. And the way you are going to do that is by being stone cold observers of the facts and the law in this case, like your oath requires you to do. And to do that, it's all common sense. And when you think about what this case is about and what the common sense, when you look at it, you take the approach of looking at it and the bigger picture of what was actually going on here. And what was going on here? An objective look at the facts, the bigger picture of what happened here. This guy was caught red-handed. Red-handed. You probably don't think about that phrase, but it comes from like 15th century. Red-handed meant that the person's hand actually was full of blood. And it was red. Because they just committed the homicide. He was caught red-handed with a woman's body that this had been done to. This woman had been defiled, beaten, stabbed, raped, and choked. And he slept 8 feet from her for 8 months. And you think about common sense and thinking about it objectively. That's what you have here. Nothing when you use common sense and disintegrate it down to its very core, nothing screams more than what this really is. This woman in his freezer was his trophy. That's what she was. That's why they kept her as a trophy and remembrance of what they did. And think about how you observed her body when she was discovered, stripped of her breasts exposed, her breast cut, her nose cut off, defiled. Why? Why else would her shroud be opened if he wasn't doing exactly what Rebecca Dishman told you he was doing? He's going in there and masturbating on a regular basis to Jennifer Paxton as she was in the fetal position, frozen solid, 8 feet from where he slept. And I would ask you to use that common sense in coming in and rendering a verdict in this case. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what the judge's instructions will be, and it'll be about the state's proof and the witnesses that we called, and you're going to be instructed about dealing with people and how you listen to witnesses and take the proof in, but it's essentially the same way you do in real life. I mean, it's just how you interpret people that you meet. You think about their character and their motive to lie to you and things like that. And you heard from a lot of witnesses in this case. And I want to review those with you and talk about the takeaways that you get from the people in this case and why they're important to your verdict in the case. And I guess the first one I'll talk about, obviously, is 911, Matt Johnston. The state's first witness was the 911 recording. You heard Colt Pico calling the police because the defendant had come in on 2 wheels, according to Colt, on 2 wheels. Where's my woman? Gonna fight him, gonna kill him. Right? And what's the takeaway from that? Colt Pico came in here and you observed him, you saw him. Colt Pico doesn't want nothing to do with anybody. He just wants to go home and be ticked off at people or something. You could tell his persona, the kind of person he is. You've met Colt Picos before in your life. And you've met the couple dynamic between Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico. And we'll talk a little more about that. Mahogany, the social butterfly. Colt, going along for the ride. Right? But Colt Pico is not the person that's going to stick his neck out on the line. I'm from Chicago. I stick to my business. I don't want to get involved in this. But he also understood that something was going on. And when we started this trial, one of the questions was, would you understand if my client didn't testify? And I'm not speaking at all about his right to not testify. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, he said to you, what are the reasons why somebody wouldn't want to testify? They wouldn't want to testify, and the answers were, I don't like public speaking, I might get nervous, all of the things that would accompany going on the stand and the reasons why a person wouldn't want to take the stand. Well, the state had to do that in every single witness we put on. Every single one. Colt Pico, Mahogany Pico. Did they want to be here? Would they be afraid of public speaking? Would they be afraid of cross-examination? Of course. So that same concept applies to every witness in the burden of proof. And I say that because I want you to focus on something that's not just the words that came through the witnesses. I want you to think about the actions as a result of those words. Meaning, you have Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico. And you've met them and you kind of got a flavor for them, but it was isolated in the terms of the testimony in a courtroom. But you can look and think about your common experience and your common sense and judge it objectively about their actions and what they did out in August of 2020 with regard to their intervention in this man's life. And I want you to think about this. Colt and Mahogany Pico are the 2 people that you heard from through the entire trial who know him the best and who know Rebecca Dishman the best, his co-defendant. Mahogany Pico spent many, many times over there smoking weed, enjoying conversation, knowing the people, interacting with the people. She knew Rebecca. She knew the defendant, Mr. Finnegan. And think about this action that they took and how this amplifies the conclusion you can draw common sense-wise. Colton Mahogany Pico, knowing him, friends with him first, Rebecca comes along, that relationship develops, and think about the time span from the beginning of the relationship until the moment of August 5th of 2020. Think about the span of how things changed over that time to the point where Mahogany Pico felt that Rebecca Dishman's life was in danger, so much so that she was going to go to a neighbor's house, load their clothes in garbage bags, and help them get out of Dodge. Think about that. The testimony you heard from the stand from both Mahogany and Colt, think about that as being a neighbor and going over and intervening into a domestic situation. What was Colt and Mahogany? What do they know? You heard the words on the stand, but the actions are one of drastic measure. And what can you conclude from that? That this guy was violent. That they knew that something's going to go down and Rebecca's going to get hurt. Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico gave that to you. In their actions, they knew that he was the one that was the cause of danger there, not Rebecca. They were packing her up under cover of darkness, so to speak. They waited until he went to work. And so think about those actions and the dynamic in this relationship between this man and Rebecca Dishman. And you see that Colt and Mahogany highlight and illuminate for you exactly what was going on there, including the words that were on the stand. Their actions tell you everything. Next, we heard from Gail and Brittany Payne, and I guess the irony of their last name, Payne, you could feel it from them, right? You could sense the sense of loss, but also that Jennifer was lost. She was lost, and then she went missing, right? But you could tell from them that always someday they hoped she'd come home. They didn't hope like this, right? And I tell you that because they knew her lifestyle was leading her to hopefully not the potential of this, which it did, but they always hoped she'd come home. But they provided you with the information that you need about the lifestyle that Jennifer was leading. And I can say this, and I don't mean to be crass, but a homeless, addicted prostitute's probably the easiest person to kill on the planet. Probably the easiest human being to kill. Homeless, addicted prostitute. Think about it. I'm challenging you to think about that. Who else would be easier to kill than that? If they're an addict, why, they're going to be doing things risky to feed their addiction. They're going to have a special hunger. It's not just like I need food and water, right? And if they're a prostitute, if they're homeless, nobody's going to miss them, right? Because they're homeless. They don't live anywhere where people are coming and expecting them going. And add to that, they're a prostitute. And what does a prostitute do? They have to get in vehicles and go dark places where the police aren't, and they have to expose themselves and take their clothes off and be the most vulnerable human being on the planet. And I say all that to you, as I said, not to be crass and not to be dismissive of it, but to tell you why Jennifer was his perfect victim. She's the easiest person he could find to kill. because of who she was. But she was still loved. Her addiction got her and cost her her life. So the point for those witnesses were how easy it was for Sean Finnegan to victimize Jennifer Paxton. And Phyllis Tonkin was next. KPD officer who gave you the time frame, the last person, the last known contact, last time that Jennifer was alive and well. She was twirling in the streets near the Pint House. You recall that testimony? Police had to be called. But it gives you the time frame. December 23rd was the last time she was seen alive. And maybe there's some solace that the family of Jennifer won't remember this, that they'll remember she was twirling so much in the street the cops had to be called. That might be some solace. I don't know. Maybe they'll remember that. But that gave you the solid date of the last time we've had contact, known living contact with law enforcement or people other than the people who killed her. And then you heard from Rebecca Dishman. Well, life in prison at 22 years old. And I say to you, she got what she deserved. She got what she deserved. And you got a chance to meet her and see her affect and get a sense and a feel for who she is, not only through her, but through other witnesses, on the way she behaves, the way she reacts, and how her processor, her ability to process things like a normal person is lacking. She got memory, right? She can use the words gratification, she can use the words defecation, and she uses them appropriately, but her processing and her problem solving is where Rebecca Dishman got lost in life. But the thing is that I hope that you've come from her testimony and from witnesses, the other witnesses that you are able to conclude is that Rebecca Dishman's abilities are simple. And they don't allow her to lie. They don't allow her to lie. She says things the way she doesn't get things right because she doesn't process things. She thought COVID was the summer of 2019, for example. But she won't lie about things. She,
Oliver Rule, go ahead.
You looked at her person and you consider her for what she is. You think about the questions that were asked of her on cross-examination. You're a Satanist, aren't you? Yes, and I'm a Wiccan too. I'm a Wiccan too. She offered that up. Yes, my father was a minister, and I dabbled in things in rebellion. She could have lied about that, right? Why would somebody admit that? And why would they want to ask that? Oh, Jennifer's arm, her tattoo on her arm was cut off. The cross was cut off on her tattoo. Oh, it must be a Satanist then. Must have cut the cross off of her shoulder, when in fact Dr. Malusinik tells you, that's freezer burn right there on the shoulder, where her left shoulder was stuck to the freezer, and he cut her out to get her out to hide her under the bed. But Rebecca Dishman's a Satanist. She admitted it, because she can't lie about it. Miss Dishman, you're a cutter, aren't you? Yes, I'm a cutter. I used it as a coping mechanism when I was a teenager. Implying the cuts, the stab wounds, the lacerations, everything that was done to Jennifer Paxton must have come from the cutter. But the only cutter that we know of is actually sitting right here who carved an S in her behind and took a picture and left it on his camera. In evidence. He's the only confirmed cutter you have. And she did cut. And she admitted it. She didn't lie. As we mentioned about Colt and Mahogany, they came next after Rebecca. We talked about the perceived danger that both Colt and Mahogany, they must have known based on their actions. And that's huge to you as a jury when you think about common sense and think about how this developed and you think about what the true nature of the relationship between him and Rebecca was. That two neighbors, one who doesn't want to get his nose involved in anything for anybody, he wants to go back to the house, and the other intervene. Take that drastic effort. Think about the effort that you would have to do that for a neighbor. What position would they be in that you would feel that you would have to do that? Borrow somebody's car and run out with garbage bags while grandma's yelling out the window and calling him up. And here he comes from the pint house. Because nobody knew the defendant and Rebecca better than Mahogany. Special bond with Finnegan himself because they enjoyed smoking weed together. Had a lot of laughs, I'm sure. But Mahogany knew based on her actions. And now you know based on her actions about their relationship and who really was the violent one and who really was in danger. The conclusion that you would draw, a real, clear, present, current danger for Rebecca Dishman, meaning this guy was her danger. Headed to get an order of protection to keep him away from her and put her in a women's shelter up in Cobb County or wherever they were going. As far away from here to get Rebecca safe. After the Picos, we heard from Kelsey Coons, the next door neighbor, immediate next door neighbor, and by golly, she got attacked, didn't she? Whew. Probably because she brought two things to you that would damage the defendant. Rebecca actually going to her and asking her for relief in the sense that, and you think about Kelsey Coons, you're a neighbor, and somebody comes up to you, your neighbor that you barely know, you've talked to a few times, you see him, hey, how you doing? What are you doing? Hey. And Kelsey Coons says, she comes over, and she says, I think he's going to kill me. I need help. And remember we talked about earlier how I said that Rebecca Dishman is somebody who's she's got the memory like a computer. She's got the hard drive maybe like a computer, but her processor's like a 280, like a ancient processor. She doesn't process things right and doesn't problem solve right. Rebecca Dishman actually thought, okay, I'm afraid of this man, he's going to kill me. I can actually just ask a neighbor to borrow her phone to set up a fake Facebook profile to send message to my friends to come pick me up. That was her problem-solving solution. That's how her processor works. Okay, I got it. I'm in a dangerous situation. I need to get out. What can I do? You walk down to the Dollar General and call 911. That does not compute to Rebecca Dishman. She does not see it that way. Maybe because of her experience, when you heard from her about from house to house, they kicked me out, they kicked me out, they kicked me out, and think about also how you know they got together in the first place was she reached out to him on Facebook and he came right over and picked her up. Problem solved in her mind. And when you think about that problem-solving method that Rebecca has, it probably can give you a little more insight, common sense-wise, to her mind and what she was thinking when Jennifer Paxton was chained to her bed and he's off to work. This is a problem, but how am I going to get out of it? And I'm enjoying it. That's why you're going to prison for life. And you also could probably expect Kelsey Coon's reaction to that, obviously, with a dysfunctional processing of, okay, you're wanting my phone to create a fake Facebook profile for the purpose of getting somebody to come pick you up because you think your boyfriend's going to kill you? That's usually what 911's for, but sure, honey, here you go. Go ahead. She thought she was exaggerating. Right? And that's a normal reaction. A person of normal sensibilities would react that way, and that's why Kelsey reacted that way. But it also gives you insight to why Rebecca Dishman didn't free Jennifer Paxton. Because her processing and her way of thinking about things ain't right. She thinks that she could resolve and get herself out of the situation in the manner that she approached Kelsey Coons with. Kelsey Coons, being a right-minded person, was like, okay, take my phone, okay, delete. When she got her phone back. Little regret there for Kelsey Coons. And the second issue that Kelsey took with us or brought to you was a time frame on when it happened. And boy, did she get beat up on and cross on that. The time frame. And you didn't say blah, 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 blah. And you didn't say blah, 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 blah. And you didn't say this. You didn't give a detail. Well, nobody asked me that detail. Then you find out once you get his statement, and we apologize for the garbly nature of it, you're going to actually have it back there. But then you get his statement and you find out that he says that, yes, that all occurred, but it was Rebecca that did it. Right? So he even admits it's in the living room. The battle is in the living room. He switches places with Rebecca. He says that Rebecca's the one swinging and wielding the bat with the athletic prowess that I'm sure you probably thought of when you looked at her and thought, wow, she's probably pretty nimble. Did you think that at all? I think not. You probably looked at her and saw frumpy, lumpy, weak. And I don't like to be offensive like that, but that's it. When she took the stand, you observed her person, her condition, and conditioning. But she offered, Kelsey Coons gave you that time frame, showed you how it went down, heard everything next door, heard it go upstairs, and then for a week. It seems like a week. There's banging, the bed banging on the wall up there. I think they're having rough sex up there. When in reality, it's Jennifer, beaten and bruised. But hopefully, she's got enough dope in her that would kill Dr. Malusinik. So hopefully she's comforted a little bit by the fact that he's feeding her up with his mother's morphine. And then we heard from the Oak Ridge Police. We started with Robert Mansfield, Anderson County Sheriff's Office, Roy Hines, Brian Yook, and Marvell Moore. Oak Ridge Police, Anderson County Police, and these witnesses provided you a timeline for when they first picked up Rebecca here at the Jolly Building or at the possibly at this building. I don't remember exactly where he said, but nonetheless, that started the wheels turning, getting her into Oak Ridge, Roy Hines interviewing her, followed by Yook going out for observation, and Marvell Moore storming with a SWAT team and the battering ram and the SWAT truck and the officers and everybody convening to go into that house and get Jennifer out. And that police work began and developed, and you got an inside look at that to see how that happened as a jury. And when you think about that testimony, I hope that you can see with your own eyes how things happened for them as police officers. And more specifically, thinking about this fact. The Oak Ridge Police Department had a report that a person had a body in a freezer. A patrol officer responded and left. Inquired of the defendant, and the defendant lied. Confirmation, liar. Right? You heard it on tape. If at that moment the Oak Ridge Police Department hadn't taken it serious enough to assemble the battery of men and women who charged that house, where would we be? And why? Why do you think they assembled that battalion of people to go over there and go into this house? And I want you to put thought into this and think about, it starts with Robert Mansfield. It starts with him and his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And then Roy Hines with his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And Marvell Moore, his conversation with Rebecca Dishman. And none of them went, shh, this one's going to Ridgebrook. We're going to take her to the mental ward over there at Methodist Medical. Right? None of them did that. So I want you to think about their actions based on the words and the perceptions and everything that they perceived when they sat from me to you, from Rebecca Dishman, from us. They sat from her and they heard from her. And did they take it serious? Oh, yeah, they did. Because you heard Mike Ewer, that seemed crazy. A frozen body in a freezer. Be easy to dismiss, right? But they didn't. And that's a testimony to Rebecca Dishman's believability and openness and candor in her disclosures to them. You think about it, if for some reason Rebecca Dishman had somehow his ability to hide secret Jennifer under the bed, toss her under the bed, under sheets and whatnot, if that had worked, and where she'd end up, Solway Bridge, dumped over the Solway Bridge, or Raccoon Valley at the waste management facility somewhere, right? And nothing on her body except an unknown male profile. Hate to be that unknown male profile. But the Oak Ridge Police didn't. They took it seriously because of Rebecca Dishman's disclosure. And just like Colton Mahogany Pico, who took it seriously, they put their trust and faith in what she said. They took it to a judge, and they found what they needed to find. And they brought Jennifer home. Larry Dowdell, the responding KPD officer, he thinks he's breaking up a neighborhood dispute. You heard from him. The first thing that you can conclude common sense wise when you think about Larry Dowdell is what the information you got from Mahogany, that he's a control freak, that he is in control of everything, is the fact that when Larry Dowdell shows up, by golly, there's Sean Finnegan. He raced in from the Pint House. He's back here in Oak Ridge from Merchants Road, cussing out the neighbor, threatening to fight, gonna kill him, says Colt. And there are the police. By golly, he's going to head around and he's going to meet them. He's going to be in control of this situation because he's got a body up in his freezer. And he meets with the Oak Ridge police, and you heard that interaction. And Sarah Keith started this trial with, "That's bullshit." His words. "Is there a body in your freezer?" "Nah, that's bullshit." Liar. Confirmed liar. You have a confirmed liar in your courtroom. You can prove it. You know it. You heard him on tape say that he didn't have a body in his freezer, and you know it was. Confirmed. Check that. I want you to think about this too, that if as soon as Larry Dowdell leaves, by golly, Mr. Control gets right into control mode, doesn't he? He heads right back into the apartment, and he goes to that freezer, and he cuts her out, because he knows that the police may be coming back. And what's his plan at this point? His plan is, if they come back, I'm going to need to not have anything in that refrigerator. So he goes so far as to disassemble his bed, and you'll see the photos of it that has to be lifted up. There's a metal mattress underneath. Takes her body out, wraps it in the sheets that you've got in evidence, throws it under the bed, goes and gets the racks for the refrigerator. Burritos and pizzas. Assembles the racks in the freezer. Oh, we need the burritos and pizza. Goes downstairs. Isn't this going to look odd that I got a freezer upstairs and the burritos and I got nothing to cook them up here? Whatever. Pizzas and burritos. Shuts it up. All right, let's wait for the cops. I'll show them this empty freezer. He's hoping they're going to come back, so he can deceive them. So you've got a known liar, and now you know you've got a known deceiver. Two things you've got on him now. So if Larry Dowdell had decided, you know what, a sergeant calls out, Dowdell, why don't you head back there and ask that guy if you can take a look in there after you finish your next call and see if you can, just for giggles, let's go back there. And Dowdell goes back, says, hey, Mr. Finnegan, I'd like to take a look at that freezer. Why, come on in, Officer Dowdell, sure, come on in. Why, look at here, pizzas and burritos. End of case. Send that woman to Ridgebrook, boys. The fridge is empty. Because he's deceiving. Confirmed. And Jennifer Miller, you heard from Jennifer Miller, the Pint House manager. He's a great, reliable employee. He shows up to work on time, works hard. Never knew he had a victim in his fridge. But she also says to you that obviously he has access to sharp instruments, and I don't know if you remember the terminology Dr. Malusinik said, but she described it as beautiful. The cut was beautiful. with a very sharp instrument. And her instruments get dull very rapidly, even, because cutting through skin is not easy. Cutting through cartilage is not easy. Very sharp instruments like a chef would use. And she tells you, Jennifer Miller, what a coincidence, right before COVID, the baseball bat at the bar goes missing. Who has access to the baseball bat? He does. She also tells you that they used to kid him about having multiple girlfriends. And she knew one of the girlfriends. She said Rebecca, and then Jen had to go. And that was it. You heard from Danny Miller next. He's from Rena Center. He gave you the concrete data when the refrigerator was delivered on the 28th. You heard in the defendant's own words that he didn't know what to do with her body, so he rented a freezer and he stuck her in the freezer. His own words. She's dead by the time he walks into the Rena Center on 12/27. That's why he rented the freezer. And why did he rent a freezer instead of dumping her over the Solway Bridge? Because he's keeping her. He wants to keep her. And he wants to keep her breasts exposed and her face exposed so he can open it up and look at it whenever he wants to jerk off. Because it turns him on. And you heard from Officer Kevin Craig. You heard from Craig, Millsaps, Williams, and Hannon, documenting and collecting, investigating. And there's a lot to do about the DNA that's collected. And you heard from John Hannon about crime scenes. And you know, that is common sense, right? It's that a crime scene, evidence is going to get lost. It's going to get over. People are going to walk and pick it up on their feet, and shell casings get up in people's tires and things of that nature. Crime scene was 8 months old. The murder happened 8 months ago. So processing an 8-month-old crime scene that's been arguably, if you Swiffer it once a week, that 32 times you've Swiffered the living room floor, what kind of evidence are you going to get there? But nonetheless, it doesn't matter because he admitted to you. He admitted to you that he and Rebecca were present. He switches his role. He and Rebecca were present when the beating took place. And it took place in the living room, corroborated by Jennifer Millsap's finding of the victim's blood in the living room. And there's a lot of cross-examination, just looking at Jennifer's final resting place, looking at the wear on the bed rails where she was chained, looking at the locks that he changed for the purpose of keeping the key door locked, and the bags, and the chain itself, and the evidence that they collected. And there's a lot of cross-examination about, there's no male DNA on the chain. Well, he admits chaining her. You heard him tell Mike Ure, yeah, I put the chain around her, but Rebecca put the locks on. He admits touching it. 8 months ago, John Hannon came in and gave you a review of the phones. It tells you a lot about the true relationship between the defendant and Rebecca. You're going to read through those texts. They're in the record. We only read one to you. But it will define and tell you how they treat each other. And there is an absolute dominance in this relationship. And he's the dominant one. He's the master. You're going to see from those texts. And also about teaching you about their relationship, that who has photos of them ejaculating on their girlfriend and taking a picture of her face with your ejaculate on it. Who has a phone of you, who has a picture on their phone of your girlfriend after you've defecated on her and taken a picture while she walls around and taken it and left it on your phone? Think about the nature of that relationship. Who's in control of that relationship? Who speaks to their girlfriend with the terms bitch, slut, and whore? Because that's what you're going to see in the text. That's what he calls her. When she calls him master, daddy, and interestingly, Musafa. Or is it Mufasa? I'm sorry, Mufasa. And you may know who Mufasa is, if you know anything about Disney. He's the Lion King. That's who he was in that relationship. And you can learn a lot from their relationship through the images from his phone that John Hannon collected and the communication between the two, the only communication between the two, because he was in control of not only her phone when she could have a phone and she didn't have one, but he also would tell neighbors when and where they could go and do. When does somebody tell another adult, you're grounded? When does another person define where and when you're going to be communicating on a phone as an adult? He wasn't. You recall Mahogany telling you she was like a mother to Rebecca. Rebecca was childlike, and that's what their relationship was. He was telling her to do what to do like a child because he was her master, and that's exactly who was in control of everything that happened right here. Everything that happened right here was at his control and under his control and direction. And you read those texts and you'll see. Dr. Darinka Milusinik was the last witness. And as jurors, you're not involved in the criminal justice system, but you may have some role in what you do where you see the underbelly of society, you see a background where you see cruelty or inhumanity. You may see that. I don't know, but probably this is a first for you to see how humans can treat each other with such cruelty. And Dr. Milusinik's testimony amplified that and gave that to you. That this woman was tortured. That this death took a while. And of course she said it in the words that she says it. Antemortem, postmortem, premortem, perimortem. And that was the most interesting ones, the perimortem wounds, while she was dying. She was sustaining stab wounds while she was dying. And when you look at those 5 rings around her neck, and you know each one of those, the pressure that would have been taken and the life that she was perceiving was expiring as Jennifer lay prone, face down, and being pulled up with all his might, him straddling over her between his legs, pulling with a shoestring on her neck. Well, the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one. Smoke a cigarette in between. Take a break. So the takeaway from Dr. Milusinik isn't just the brutality of what happened to her, because she was brutalized, but to also show you the physicality that would be needed to do this. Who could do this in this case? The defendant or Rebecca Dishman? When you just think about it from its pure physical sense of accomplishing this. And I'll bet you Jennifer Paxson, we talk about Jennifer, she was homeless, right? And I said to you earlier, she's probably the most easiest person to kill on the planet. But what we don't want to discount is that people who live outside tend to be tougher than me, because they tend to be living for themselves and in fights and things of that nature, and kind of fending in the kind of animal type kingdom. Not to offend anybody who lives that lifestyle, but there has got to be some toughness to that. So I would say that she could put up a fight until she was so doped up she'd kill Dr. Malusnik with enough morphine in her. Hopefully she didn't feel it. But what Dr. Malusnik did for you is show you blunt force trauma head to toe. You look at the autopsy photographs, bruised everywhere, everywhere. Major head injuries, open injuries on her forehead, right? You can see right down to the bone. Look at the photos. Implied with Finnegan's mama's dope. Stabbed and sliced dozens, not 30, 40 times. And Dr. Malusnik told you the ligature wounds. In addition to the ligature wounds, he slit her throat. Now, I talked to you at the beginning of this about a bank robbery, and we talked about how we would make deals, and I said, I'm your public prosecutor. We have to make decisions. And in a case where you have multiple co-defendants, say you got the 5 guys that go into the robbery, we got to do the wheelman, who we going to take, who we going to make a deal with, who we going to put to trial, and who we going to settle. And you think about that in this case. And your district attorney, Dave Clark, made that decision. And that decision was to try Sean Finnegan. And I want you to think about the reverse. Think about if instead Rebecca Dishman were sitting here and Sean Finnegan were the state's witness. You remember Sean Finnegan, the confirmed liar, from Larry Dowdell? And also from Mahogany Pico. Remember Mahogany told you about the fridge where she went in, saw the fridge. Hey, what's with the fridge? Oh, the landlord delivered it, but he mistakenly delivered it. We're bringing it back. Second lie. Confirmed liar, right? Confirmed deceiver. Am I going to put him on the stand? To say, I just came home, I worked so hard, and there she was, in that state. With Rebecca, with Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico out there going to testify, God, Rebecca was in so much danger, we got her out of Dodge. We were taking her to a women's shelter. And I'm going to put the violent one on the stand for the state and go against her? And the judge is going to tell you, or when he tells you about the law, he's going to explain to you felony murder. And we talked a little bit about that, about felony murder. If you engage in certain types of felonies and somebody dies, that's called felony murder. And kidnapping is one of them. Kidnapping, killing during the commission of a kidnapping is felony murder. And the defendant in his statement confessed to felony murder. He said, my girl hit her with a bat. Even let's take his statement for absolute truth. If we took it for truth, my girl hit her with a bat. I chained her up. Yes, I chained her up. I put the chain around her neck. I didn't know what to do. I was going to nurse her back to health and then free her. And then a killing occurs. He says it doesn't occur in his presence. The judge is going to read you the law. It doesn't have to occur in his presence. If he's part of the kidnapping and puts the chain around her neck, he's guilty of kidnapping, and a killing occurred during that commission of that kidnapping, and he is guilty of felony murder on his own statement. Guilty. Just like all the guys in the bank robbery were guilty. When some trigger man went into the bank and the wheelman stood outside? The same thing. And the defendant, when you look at this and take the bigger approach of what this defendant did, he took a three-pronged approach at you, folks. He took a three-pronged approach. His first was to deny, right? The Oak Ridge police come up. They say, what's going on? We think there's a body here. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's bull. No, that's deny. Number one, you know he's a liar, right? Number two, the defendant then heads into the house, mocks up the scene, creates the atmosphere where he's going to try and deceive the Oak Ridge police because he thinks they're coming back. He doesn't know they're coming back with a SWAT team. He thinks they're coming back and he's getting ready to deceive. That's number two. You know he's deceived, right? And so, if you know he lied and you know he deceived, and he was attempting to deceive in his three-pronged approach, number one, number two, and number three, his statement, deflect. Deflect. Say, do that, right? We call that the Soddy defense, S-O-D-D-I. Some other dude did it. When you get caught red-handed with the blood on your hands, what are you going to do? Except say some other dude did it. And that's exactly what he did. Wasn't me. Oh, my girl did all that. She's crazy. She's bipolar. She's schizophrenic. Oh, you got to go talk to her about that. So, when you know he lied and denied, and you know he deceived and deceived, why would you believe when he deflects? That's his third prong, his final hurrah. That's the last thing he can possibly do to deceive you and avoid any consequence. He was trying to deceive you. And so what it comes down to is he's admitted to felony murder if you believe him. If you believe him, you'll acquit him of all the other charges. It'll be a quick verdict. Just let him go on the rest. But he's admitted to felony murder during a kidnapping. But if you watch and view this case from the common sense approach that you need to look at it from, with Colt Pico and Mahogany Pico and the danger Rebecca Dishman was truly and genuinely in, and you know that based on their actions, you know that he's lying in that number three. And that he was right there, and what Rebecca in her limited way and all whatever she could muster and how she mustered it and how her processor works was able to convey. She watched him kill Jennifer Paxton. And she told you exactly how he did it, that he straddled over her, pulling with all his might, smoke a cigarette. And so when you think about that, and you're going to weigh the deceiver, the known liar, the known staging of this mock scene that he was attempting to get away with it the second time, and the deflector, I didn't do it, she did it, and you weigh who those people are, looking at the texts and reading into the people and the encounter with Kelsey Coons, and all of that you have, you know who they are. The physicality that was required is Master, Daddy, and Mufasa to do this. Not slut, whore, bitch, who he's crapping on and taking pictures of. And so I would ask you, in that bigger view, when you look, at the totality of this case, and you consider all of the facts and evidence in this case, looking at it logically, without emotion, bias, or prejudice, just like we asked, I'd ask you to render a verdict of guilty on all counts and tell him your third prong approach, prong 3, ain't working on us. Please find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, General. What we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break. So everybody rise, please. We'll call you back in 10 minutes.
Sure you follow me.
Thank you. Have a seat. Sir. All right. Ready for closing argument?
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, I'm going to move over here so I can see.
That'll be fine, Judge. I wasn't sure where to put that.
No, you're fine.
Everybody could see. You all see that? Great. All right.
Got it.
You all set?
Yes, sir. Go.
All right. Well, I told you all at the beginning of this was probably going to be the hardest thing you had to do, and that it was going to be a lot of fantastic stuff, and a lot of gory things, and a lot of gross things, and a lot of things that are probably outside of our normal life experiences. Mostly outside of my life experiences, and I'm making assumptions that most of this stuff was probably outside of yours too. So what I'd like to do is go through the evidence and take a look at what the state's case is and see if we can't separate out the disgusting nature of all of it from the facts that are supposed to lead you to a conclusion. And that's really what you're here to do. And so when I told you at the beginning that this was an intellectual exercise and not an emotional exercise, I meant it. You have to be able to separate out the ridiculousness of this case. I don't really know any other way to say it. I mean, this is a horrible case. Like I said, there's a reason why there's interest in this outside of Anderson County. You hear body in the freezer, and it's about all you need to hear, right? And people want to hold people accountable for that kind of thing. And so, but it's important that we determine what the elements are. And this is where we're talking about an intellectual exercise versus an emotional exercise. Is just because it's outrageous, just because it seems like anybody involved with this should be hung by their toes, and maybe that's what you feel like. But that's not the law, and that's not what we're here to do. We're asking you to do something much more difficult than that. We're asking you not to jump to conclusions. We're asking you to actually look at what came in through the witness stand and through the evidence, and what does it tell you? Because the state does have to prove each and every element of these crimes to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Each and every element. That means even if there's 4 elements, and 3 of those elements are satisfied, but there's one that's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, that's not guilty. Does everybody understand that? I'm not supposed to, can't answer me, but so what I want to do is just talk about who we have involved, okay? And we start with Rebecca Dishman. All right. What do we know about Rebecca Dishman from the witnesses? What do we know about her before she met Sean? We know that she had trouble staying in homes. She would live with multiple different places, and she kept getting kicked out of wherever she lived, and people would wash their hands of her. She testified to that. She never testified about being homeless or anything like that, so she obviously has a skill at being able to find a place to live. She hadn't worked in some time, although she did have a job as a CNA, right? So we know one thing, was she moved around a lot. And what's more important about that is that she's kicked out of every place she lives. And if you've ever had anybody that's living with you, or if you've ever had relatives, or you know anybody that does these kind of things, people don't kick sweet, simple girls out of their house. People kick people out of their house because they're a danger or a threat to something in their home, either from stealing from them or they're harmful or some reason. People don't kick people out of their house and wash their hands of them because they're sweet, innocent girls. And the state is trying to present her as this mentally handicapped young lady who's sweet and innocent and is somehow a victim, even though they allowed her to plead guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping and rape. So don't let them base their entire case, which they have, on Rebecca Dishman and the fact that they're trying to tell you that she's incapable of lying. The fact that the DA just stood up here and said that Rebecca Dishman is incapable of lying should give you pause. That's a bold statement to make about their witness, isn't it? I mean, I've heard about bolstering witnesses, but my witness can't lie. Wow. So your first-degree murderer, rapist, kidnapper doesn't have the ability to lie. She can set up fake Facebook accounts, and she can carry on conversations and relationships outside of her normal relationship, but she doesn't have the ability to lie. So be careful. That's what I'm saying. The state is overplaying their hand a little bit here. And if they have to overplay, you have to ask yourself why. They've got a body in the freezer. They've got someone who's clearly tortured. I mean, there's no denying that this young lady is the victim here. But that's not what this trial has been about. We haven't really heard that much about Jennifer Paxton. We've mostly heard about how Rebecca Dishman is a victim. So let's talk more about what we know about her before she met Sean Finnegan. She moved around several different places, got kicked out of all of them. Needed a place to stay. Mostly it was with people she called fiancés. Right? She's 22 years old. She has 4 or 5 fiancés. She uses the word fiancé because she moves in with every single one of them because they give her a place to live and they feed her. So she moves around a lot. What else do we know about her? She doesn't work. She stays at home. She thinks she called herself a stay-at-home girlfriend, right? So she's a stay-at-home girlfriend. All right. She's lazy. She doesn't want to do anything. She stays at home and she lets other people take care of her. That's her MO. That's what she does. And what makes people want to take care of people? If you're sweet and you're simple and you seem like you need help and somebody take care of you, what did all the witnesses say? She just seemed like someone who needed to be taken care of. That's how she presents herself. Because there's a lot of other things going on in the background, isn't there? There's all these other things happening. She's clearly able to lie and do all these other things, but she presents herself to these people in a certain way to accomplish what she needs. She's incredibly manipulative. And we know this because she's reaching out and trying to carry on a relationship, at least through Facebook or something, on someone else's phone with an ex-boyfriend, Ramsey's. We heard that. Because that's in the text. You'd be able to read it where she sends a text to Sean while he's at work and says, I had a dream about Ramsey's last night. Doesn't that seem like you're just sort of poking at somebody? I had a dream about my ex-fiance last night. That's how she starts the conversation. That's one of the conversations, and he gets angry in their text. Most of the texts you'll read are sexual texts, and she starts the conversations. And then he's at work, and he says, I got to go, I'm busy. That's really important, who's starting the conversations, okay? When someone's calling themselves your little girl and baby's little girl, and they want to set it up like it's a servant-master relationship, but dominance and submissive sexually does not equate to life. There are masters of industry and CEOs of giant corporations that pay thousands of dollars to dominatrix to be submissive. So don't conflate the two. Sexual desires and life can be different. And so don't conflate the two. What else do we know about her? So she's into kinky sex, right? Before Sean. She told us that on direct. On direct, maybe cross. I don't remember, but she told us that on the stand. We also know that because she showed up to Sean's house with her own sex toys and butt plugs. I don't know if you know what butt plugs are. I'm not a sex expert. I'm not Dr. Ruth or Dr. Joyce Brothers, and that probably shows my age that I'm using those as references. But I'm pretty sure butt plugs are something you stick in your butt. I'm just going to go out there. But she brought that stuff with her to his house. There's literally nothing about Sean having kinky relationships or anything outside of maybe a prostitute or somebody coming to his house until she shows up. There's nothing in evidence until she shows up. She shows up with those toys. If you look at that picture of her that looks like she's rolling around in feces or something that the DA keeps liking to show you, she took that picture. She took that picture and sent it to Sean. That's why it's on his phone. You can see it from the angle of the shot. So we keep talking about her being sweet and innocent and she can't lie. And what really comes down is who's in control. That's what this whole trial seems to be about, is who's kind of controlling this relationship. And the reason why it matters is because intent is an element. So to convict somebody of first-degree murder, to convict somebody of kidnapping or aggravated kidnapping or any of those sort of crimes, you have to find that they intended that it happened that way. And so that's what we're going to dig a little bit deeper into as well. So what else do we know about Miss Dishman? Before she met before she met Sean, she's into Satanism. The state wants to gloss over that, but she comes in and says she's into Satanism and a Wiccan and all these other things. Her dad was a preacher. I understand that teenagers dabbling and all that kind of stuff, but we're dealing with a horrific murder here, with a body that is cut up and sliced, and there is a crucifix that's cut off of her arm. They can say it's sliced out or whatever. That's not... There may have been a freezer burn on there, but they can't really... She didn't testify that that body was taken out of that freezer at that point. So she didn't know any of that stuff, really. The body could have come in and out of that freezer a couple of times. We don't really know, okay? But we know that the biggest part that was sliced off of her arm is where the tattoo of the crucifix was. There's no other cut like that anywhere on her body. We know she was a cutter. There's tons of little cuts all over this body. So what they want to do is make this Sean's fantasy, right? Hookers are the easiest ones to kill. So this is Sean's fantasy. And I told you at the beginning that it's too easy. You know, who are they going to blame, right? Who are they going to blame? And so that's how you can see that he might be fearful that there's a body, or maybe he couldn't make the right decisions, and maybe he made terrible decisions. But the point is they're trying to switch roles, and I'm trying to switch roles, and that's what we seem to be arguing about here, is who was actually in control of this relationship. We've got Dishman. She moved around. She can't stay in a place, and she's constantly looking for the next place to go, and who's going to take care of her. Okay? She's a Satanist. She has a history of kinky sex. She shows up with all her own kinky sex toys. They meet on Facebook. Have no idea what she said to him on Facebook. We know she was a CNA. We know he takes care of his 80-year-old mother who's in hospice care. Maybe she said, I could come live with you and help care and take care of your mother. I don't know. We don't have any of that stuff, do we? I have no idea what that conversation is. Okay, what else do we know about her? Before Sean. I think that's about it. I think that's about all we know about her. So what do we know about Sean before her? I'll put Finnegan up here. Sean lived in the same place for a couple of years. Same place, all right? Same place, same home. Sean worked a full-time job, more than a full-time job. And during the busy times of the year, every day he worked. That's the testimony. Okay, so he worked full-time. He worked at full-time. He took care of his 80-something-year-old mother who's in hospice care and ailing and dying. He's picking up her medicine. He's going to work from 5 in the afternoon till 5 o'clock in the morning, just about every day. That's 12 hours a day, not counting driving from Oak Ridge to Merchants. So 12 to 13 hours a day most days. He's not at that place. He's not at that apartment. But he's got a mother to take care of. So it seems reasonable that he might want a little help. If a girl is there and could stay there, that would be helpful. That would be a reason for her to be there. She's a CNA. But you heard from her that she had an up and down relationship with Miss Francis, and I'm not sure that she really did much of anything around that house, is what it kind of sounds like. But she had the freedom to leave, or stay, or help Miss Francis, or really, she had all the time in the world to do whatever she wanted to. Of the two people that are involved in this, only one of them had all the time in the world to do whatever they wanted to. And it wasn't Sean Finnegan. Sean Finnegan wasn't there. Sean Finnegan's a simple kind of dude. This is what we know. He has the same home. He takes care of his mother. He has the same job. He shows up. He's on time. He's reliable. He does a good job. He stays after work and hangs out. Seems like a normal guy. That's what the person that works with him said, right? Didn't say anything negative about it necessarily. Something about having 2 girlfriends and laughing around and joking around, and he mentions a Jen. Well, Jen is not an uncommon name, first of all, so who knows who he was talking about, or if that was what he meant when he said it. I mean, they're trying to make you believe some off-the-cuff remark has something to do with this when it may have absolutely nothing to do with that at all. He was, let's say, he took care of his mom. That's an important thing. Took care of mom. He was a regular at Rent-A-Center. He was a good customer. He paid his bills on time. He was reliable. He showed up every Friday to pay his bills. That's from Rent-A-Center. He rented other stuff. It wasn't uncommon for him to rent things. Okay? So that's the stuff we know about Sean. So these are the 2 people that we have before they meet. We have Rebecca Dishman. She moved around, couldn't stay in a place. She's obviously burning every bridge. She's burning every bridge. She meets Sean on Facebook, moves in with him in a short amount of time, not to work, but to be taken care of, to be a stay-at-home girlfriend, and I have to assume help with his mother. I have to assume. I don't know. But I think that's kind of what she inferred, even though she said she kind of had an up and down relationship with her. But I would think for Sean it would be comforting to know that there was someone there with your 80-year-old mother who's sleeping at the top of a wooden staircase. It's just a thought, and you have to be away because you have to support everyone, which is what he was doing. So he housed her, he fed her, including several other people who probably stayed and maybe helped with his mother. But that's what we know about them. That's what we know about them from their witnesses, from the state's witnesses. That's what we know about these 2 people. And we're talking about character here, right? What do we know about from the neighbors? Okay, because they make a big deal. The neighbors choose Rebecca, right? Well, Sean lived there before Rebecca. The neighbors knew him before Rebecca was there. And what did they say? We never had a problem with Sean. They were friends. Nothing weird. Never had a problem. Good neighbor. Pre-Rebecca. Pre-Sean. All right. So they met on Facebook, right? It didn't take long before she moved in. And we talked earlier about how our natural tendency, I think, in power, looking at a power and control in a relationship, my natural tendency is to think, especially in most scenarios, that a man is in charge, especially if there's some kind of, I don't know, combative relationship or whatever. We usually think of the man as being bigger and stronger and in charge. Folks, look at the pictures. If you're just talking about the strength, because he brought up strength, that's the only reason I'm bringing this up. At the time, Sean probably weighed 150 pounds. I don't know, that might be in the record, so whatever. So did Rebecca. Or maybe more. And she was bigger than she was when she sat in here, and she had purple hair. She looked different than she came in here. So that's another thing you should ask yourself about too, is why would they dress her up like a teenager and sit her up in here with her hair and her glasses and stuff to make her look like she was simple? That's not what she looked like when she was arrested. So then let's jump forward to August 8th, 2020, because that's really where the story begins, right? And we've got this timeline down here. That's what I'm going to use. All right? Back here's November, December. This is 2019. All right? And then we got all the way over here, we got August 8th. I'll go 8/8. I mean 5th, sorry. August 5th. And that's when the story begins. That's when Rebecca Dishman decides she's going to escape, right? But she's not escaping Sean, she's escaping the situation that she created, because she's been in control the entire time. The entire time. Sean, what was he supposed to do, honestly? Right? If you believe, what his statement was, where he comes home, or she hits her, or he comes home and she strangled her, what's he supposed to, it is his house. It's in his house. What's he supposed to do? I don't really have a good answer for that, because my thought is that if he called the police, he would be sitting right there. He'd still be sitting right there. He'd still be sitting there. So now, who's the prisoner? Is it the one who is at the house for 12 hours a day with unlocked doors, not chained to anything, no telephone, no GPS monitoring on her, none of this stuff? I mean, who could come and go as she pleases? If she just walked out the door and left, he'd never be able to find her. That's all she had to do. She didn't do any of that. She stayed for 8 months. Until just a couple of weeks before she left, and she started to set up her escape, didn't she? She goes over to the neighbor, who everything's fine with up to this point. Everything is fine with the neighbors up to this point, and she starts hinting to them. Right? She starts hinting to them a couple of weeks before this. Sean's abusive, and she's simple. That's the way she presents herself to them. She's sweet and simple. She's sweet and simple, and she comes over and she borrows her phone and sexts her boyfriend and then deletes the text so that the neighbor can't see what she's texting on there. Simple. She goes next door to the neighbor she's never spoken to, not friends with, any of that kind of stuff, right? Just to tell her that he's going to kill me, whatever. Can I borrow your phone so I can set up a fake Facebook account to contact my ex-fiance? Simple, right? They're saying that she can't process, so that's the stuff she comes up with. That's called manipulation. That's not called being simple. That's not simple or computation. That is complex computation. She is creating this scenario where she is the victim. She's the victim. She's always the victim. And the state bought it. And so their entire investigation is dependent upon what she told them happened. And that's what we're going to follow now, right? So August 5th, the neighbor decides to get her out of there, right? Today's the day. And I think maybe she let something slip to Mahogany that she didn't mean to. And that started the steamrolling. That's kind of what I think happened. And now she's stuck. And so she's got to go. Or maybe she's been setting up this whole time because she was ready to go. Maybe she had another boyfriend who's had open room. I mean, it could have been as simple as that. She had another place to go. Because on testimony, that's how she ended up with Sean. On testimony, she said, well, he convinced me to move in. And then on the very next line, she said, and I thought I was going to get kicked out of the last place. I thought I was going to get kicked out of the place I was in before. So she needed a place to go. And she found Sean. And she moved in. And his life changed. His life changed. Not hers. Okay, so we got her going to the police, and she starts to tell them the story. And the story is that she's the abuse victim. That's how it starts. She's on her way to a shelter because she's the abuse victim. I haven't seen any pictures of black eyes or bruises or strangle marks on her or any of that kind of stuff. So she's the least bruised up abuse victim I've ever seen in my life who was being threatened to kill. This is another manipulative move. She's controlling the situation. She's controlling the narrative. She knows that when she gets out of the house and she gets to the police, they treat her like a victim because that's what they're supposed to do. She's a female, she's young, she's coming in, she says she has an older boyfriend who abuses her. And we're taught to believe that because we're supposed to. But she was lying. But these officers don't know that. They're doing their job. And so they take her side. And even though she gives multiple stories, even in that first interview, and we talked about it on Cross, but even in that first interview, she talks about the body, about the whole thing is different. It happens at a different time of year. She's there for weeks, chained up to the bed. All this torturing is happening, all this stuff. She's making up all this stuff that changes over time as they go through the interview, but they still believe her because she has the inability to lie. Remember? She can't lie. And so she's still in control. She's guiding the investigation. And she knows something about it. That she knows that there's a body at Sean's place because he helped cover up the murder she committed. She knows all the details. She knows all the details of the body. She knows all the details of everything on that woman, on Miss Paxton's body, her tattoos, the number of kids, all these kind of things. You know why? Because she was there with her 12 to 13 hours a day by herself. The whole time, anytime, whenever she was there. She was the one who was with her. The ME told you that all those injuries, I think the DA asked her, how long would it take to accomplish this? Someone would have to spend a lot of time with them, right? Well, who spent a lot of time with her? Not Sean, he was working. He was working, or picking up his mom's medicine. Or, it's something we haven't talked about is I'm guessing that he probably slept on occasion too. So if he's working 12 or 13 hours a day and he sleeps only 5 or 6 hours a day, it doesn't leave a whole lot of time for him to be controlling Rebecca and setting up all this stuff for this murder that he had absolutely no reason to commit. No reason to commit. He's living his life. The only thing that changed about his life, he's already got girls that come over and have sex with him. That's what we learned, right? He's already got girls that will come over and have sex with him and help him take care of his mother. Even after Rebecca's there, girls come home with him and they have threesomes. And they happen and everybody moves on with their life. That's his life. That's what's going on. We may not agree with the lifestyle or whatever, but that's the lifestyle he was living. That didn't change until she entered the picture. Something that caught me from the DA during opening, or I think it was, but they said something like, this is a paraphrase, but Rebecca Dishman was with Sean Finnegan for only a few weeks, and suddenly then there was a dead girl in the apartment. So I'd like to say that now, because I think it sounds different when I say it versus when they say it. Sean Finnegan only knew Rebecca Dishman for 3 to 4 weeks, and suddenly there was a dead body in his apartment. The apartment he'd been living in with his mother for 2 years. She's what changed. She's what changed. So who's in control? The person that goes to work every day? How is he controlling her? That's what I don't understand. How is he controlling her? Well, he doesn't allow her to have a phone. You mean he doesn't pay for her phone? Because the last boyfriend let her other phone that was there, they couldn't start up, let the service go out because he got tired of paying for her phone. So he doesn't allow her to have a phone. They really are stretching to make this servant-master relationship. She sits at home all day doing nothing. He goes out and works and provides for him, his mother, her, maybe even a couple other girls that stop by every once in a while, right? It's easy to point the finger at the 50-year-old white dude over there. It looks kind of creepy, right? It's just really easy to point the finger at it, and she knew that. She knew it when she started, and she's the one who has the reason to do it, and has a history of jealousy and overreaction. And we heard about that too. Because what happened after she got arrested? She started a relationship with a corrections officer. And then she sat up here and said she didn't receive any benefits from it. I thought that was the most interesting thing I heard most of the trial. She received no benefits for her relationship with the corrections officer. Other than the time spent with the corrections officer and access to the phone, I suppose, which is also a felony, by the way. And then, to show that she's overreactive in a weird psychotic sort of way, when she finds out that maybe this correction officer is having some kind of flirtation or relationship with other inmates, she threatens to kill them. She admitted that, didn't she? She threatened to kill people because they were having a relationship, or whatever, perceived relationship, with a corrections officer that she perceived that she was having a relationship with. And her reaction was to threaten to kill them. And the state's position is, well, she didn't do anything about it. She's in jail. But that's what she does. Anyway, okay, so we're back to the 5th. She's setting this up. She's setting up her escape. She's telling a neighbor about some stuff that was just kind of silly and ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense going over to this neighbor. And then the neighbor's testimony was kind of odd too. But it's about her right now, because that's what this case is about. And she starts feeding this stuff to Mahogany. And I think we get to the point that I think Mahogany and her husband are good people. I think they're good people, and they wanted to. They're just going about their business. And I think Mahogany was duped by her, just like everybody else has been duped by her along the way. She's a sweet girl. We just thought she was innocent and sweet, and just didn't think that she thought like other people and stuff. And then you heard her whenever she found out what those texts were. When she actually got to read the text that Rebecca was sending on her phone before she deleted them, she was shocked by them. Because that's not who she thought Rebecca was. Because that's not who Rebecca showed her. And so when she goes to the police, they treat her like victims, whether they're supposed to, and she plays that part. And then she starts feeding them details and strange details, right? So that we've got the fireball bucket. A lot of the stuff's in evidence, and it's going to be back there with it, and it's based on what she testifies to. It's all based on what she says. Every single thing comes from her. Every single thing. So let's go back. Let's go through our witnesses, okay? Let's go through our witnesses. We started out with 911. It's a call from Colt Pico. He's basically just regurgitating what his wife told him, right? I'm taking Rebecca. My wife called me. The neighbor says there's a body in the freezer. Anybody hears that, they're going to freak out, right? So of course he did the right thing and he called 911, and that started that process. That's what the 911. We hear from the family of the actual victim, in this case, Jennifer Paxton, who I feel like has kind of gotten lost in this whole thing, because all we were able to talk about is this girl the whole freaking time. But they don't offer anything to the guilt or innocence of this. That's just to show you who the victim is. And so I'll move on from that. Phyllis Tonkin came in. She talks about the missing person. And really all of that is just to show you that she was vulnerable. I mean, that's the point, is to show you that she was vulnerable. She's a prostitute. She's a drug addict. But she chose that life. And that's the part that we kind of get into, is that it was a dangerous life, but she had opportunities to get help and places to live. And she chose to not do that. She chose to be homeless and be a drug addict. And that's not to knock down, I'm not trying to attack a victim here at all. The point was that the point of that testimony was to show you that she would be an easy victim. But the truth is that testimony, what it shows is that's how they met. I mean, she's a prostitute and he likes sex. And he's a kitchen guy and late nights, and she's a prostitute that hangs out around that bar, and they met. And it's a business contract, basically, right? It's the oldest profession, I think is what they call it. So again, whether we agree with it or not, that's the facts. That's the facts. And that's how they met. And so she agrees to go home with him, with her bags and stuff, because he's offered her a place to stay. Because he does that. He has a history of doing that. You can stay here. Maybe she'll help with his mom. I don't know. I mean, I have to speculate on some of this stuff, right? Sorry. Okay. So Phyllis Tonkin comes in and she talks about the missing persons report. And that was filed in February. And so it kind of gives you an idea of how lost this girl was, from her family. She's roaming around, and nobody really even knows when people are seeing her and stuff, but it takes several months before people realize she's missing. So that missing persons doesn't come in until February. Then we hear Rebecca Dishman's testimony, and she's kind of the meat of their whole case. She starts the investigation, and every single step of the investigation is an attempt to confirm what she told them. It's an attempt to confirm what she told them. There's very little attempts to disprove what she said, and every attempt is made to make the evidence fit the story she's telling. And it's kind of confusing. And so I'm still really kind of confused. I still have a lot of questions about when this happened. And we're going to get to that too, because we're going to figure out how they come up with their timeline. Because they created a timeline. And when they create a timeline and when they indict, they have to name the range of dates in which the crimes were committed. And that's part of something you're supposed to consider, is that they are saying that these crimes are committed during a certain range of dates. And they say that it happened before December 31st, 2019. That's the last date on their indictment. So if a kidnapping or a first-degree murder, or if a first-degree murder or a kidnapping happened, for you to convict, for you to find beyond a reasonable doubt that they met their burden and reached all their elements, I think you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that anything that happened, murder or kidnapping-wise, happened before December 31st, 2019, or it's outside the scope of the dates that they included in their indictment. That's what I'm talking about. This is an intellectual exercise versus an emotional exercise. Because if that's something that they haven't proven, then you have to have a reasonable doubt as to when the thing occurred. You have to. So let's figure out that. We'll get to that in just a minute. But just a brief of how they established their timeline is the freezer. And the freezer was delivered on the 28th of December. So now their timeline is not November through December 31st. It's December 28th is the delivery of the freezer. Right? Rebecca Dishman's testimony was that the freezer was there already. That's what Rebecca said. Now, Sean, in his statement, there's like, I didn't know what to do. There was a body, and I got a freezer, and I put it in, or whatever. They're trying to make it sound like there was a body, and so he ordered the freezer to put the body in and stuff. But it's something that is in the middle of that interrogation when they're going after him, and so you need to take it for what it's worth. He pretty much sticks to his guns in that interrogation. Where they're thinking he's saying, "I didn't do it. I didn't do it." I mean, and they're coming after him. They're coming after him. I mean, they're just calling him a liar. They're doing all these things, and he's, look, you can call me a liar, I'm telling you I didn't do it. And he's admitting stuff that he knows he's going to get in trouble for, but he won't admit to those things. Someone did admit to those things, and she took the stand, and her name was Rebecca Dishman. She pled guilty to those things. The girl who can't lie. All right. The first thing she said when she took the stand, they asked something about, are you happy to be here? So I don't even know what they asked, but I heard what she said was, I've been waiting for this moment for 4 years. She's been waiting to grab control again for 4 long years. And she convinced them to go with what she said. And what did she get out of it? She got the rest of her life someone taking care of her. Exactly what she was looking for in the first place. The state of Tennessee now is going to house her and feed her. And she doesn't have to get a job. And she could probably have all the kinky sex she wants. I think she might have gotten exactly what she wanted out of this. And she comes in here, and who's in control? Now she gets to come in here, and she gets to play a part in deciding whether he lives or dies. Who's in control? Aunt and uncle kicked her out of the house. She says she moved because she was scared about getting kicked out. That's why she moved in with Sean. She talks about her jobs. She talks about punishments. I remember when they started talking about these punishments, and that was to set up this master-servant relationship, or the punishments. And she says that she got in trouble because she was texting her ex-fiance, and so she got in trouble with Sean, and the punishment was he made her have sex with him. Well, I don't even know what to make of that, honestly. Like, you have to read her texts. We haven't read them into the record for you, and we haven't stood here and read them because you should probably read them yourself. But read the text, please. I mean, they tell you a whole lot about how she functions sexually and controls the conversations. And just because someone is submissive in their tone doesn't mean they're not in control. Okay? Just because someone's submissive in their tone does not mean they're not in control when they use that to get what they want. And when you use your sexuality and your sweet to get whatever you want, you're still controlling. And just about everybody that she meets seems to think that. She's this simple, sweet girl who they just convicted of first-degree murder and kidnapping. So you spent 12 hours a day with Miss Paxton sometime in that house. Be careful. Be careful trusting the evidence, because we're going to look at where the source of all this evidence is. And I think what we're going to find is that ultimately the source is right here. Right here. That's the source. All right. So after Jennifer, and I'm sure. Okay, she also is talking about she's screaming. She's talking about when Sean's beating her. And she said totally different stuff on the stand, by the way, than she said in any other statement. Sean's beating her with a bat, and she says that Jennifer Paxton is on the ground with, I think she called it a fireplace grate or something, and is protecting herself with a fireplace grate. And so as soon as she said that, I started thinking, well, I'd never heard that before. So we start looking through the pictures, and there's some pictures, and you can see them in there. There's not any real close-ups of it because I don't think anybody had ever heard that before, so they didn't actually take any pictures of it. But the fireplace has a screen over the front of it, and so I can assume that's probably what she's talking about. It doesn't look like it's been hit with a bat. That's all I'm saying. So I think that was just more falsification. She's just making up the story to go along. She also said, talking about, this was a really weird, awkward exchange, when she talks about him forcing her to climax over Jennifer Paxton after she'd been, I guess, assaulted or hit in the head or whatever. Forcing her to climax. I just didn't understand. I can't wrap my head around that. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't even know what she means by it. There is something wrong with her brain. The DA wants to make you think that she's simple or whatever, but that's not what's wrong with her brain. There's something deviant going on in there, and she's somehow been able to manipulate this entire process. Don't let her do it. Don't let her do it. All right. They were both smoking while this took place, evidently. Then she says that she stayed there because Sean went to work, so she stayed there and laid next to her on the bed and checked her pulse all night. Remember testifying about that? She laid there beside her all night to check her pulse to make sure she was still alive. Does anybody believe that? If so, that might be the sickest thing I've heard. So she's cool with just laying there beside her, and I mean, she is observing. She's observing. She's the one who's there with Miss Paxton. She's the one who causes all this stuff and is observing it. She's got the time to do it. She's the one who cuts. She's the Satanist. She's all of these things that he is not. Who's in control? Mahogany testified. Well, Dishman first testifies that she goes over, talks about Mahogany saw bruises on my eyes and my glasses were broken. So that story's very consistent, right? A bruise on my eye and glasses are broken, and that kind of starts this thing. And I asked Mahogany, "Did you see it? Where did you get that information?" Rebecca Dishman. How does she know that Sean caused that? Rebecca Dishman. Okay, we heard from Kelly Coons. That's the neighbor who said she heard a noise, that it sounded like a fight that moved from the living room to the kitchen and then up the stairs and all this. And I did cross her a little bit hard because I'm trying to figure out what she actually heard, because that's not the stuff that she said in her statement. And I understand that people don't want to be involved, and maybe the first time you're interviewed you don't give all these details, but to then come in here 4 years later and give those type of details, to me it just seems a little bit like you might want to convict somebody, or you've been coached a little bit, or this is what you think you're supposed to say to help out the prosecution or whatever. I'm not claiming she's lying. I'm not claiming she's making stuff up. I'm just saying that's different than what she said before. And then if you think about what she actually said. She said she heard what sounded like a fight and a commotion. She didn't hear any screaming or anything. She didn't say anything about screaming or any of that kind of stuff. It sounded like a fight, commotion, and then headboard banging like rough sex upstairs in the bedroom, which of course would not be next to any of her walls. It would be above her roof. But I could see how you might still hear that down the wall. I'm not going to suggest that she wouldn't hear that. But those are a lot of details for something. Those are a lot of details for 4 years later. And the one detail that's left out is when. I mean, she says around Christmas is when she heard that. She remembered it was around Christmas. And the reason she knows it was around Christmas is because her tree was up. That's how she knows that day. And she also testified that she keeps her trees up for at least 2 weeks into January, sometimes the entire month of January. So now we have our timeline, don't we? We have the freezer delivered on the 28th. Sean wasn't there. We heard that from the Rent-A-Center guy, right? Because he was at work. So he wouldn't have been home till the 29th. So he could have come home. The earliest he could have come home to Jennifer Paxton is the 29th now, right? The earliest. Based on Dishman's statement, who we're supposed to believe because she can't lie, right? So now it's the 29th at the earliest. And it could go anywhere to the end of January. Second week of January, third or fourth week of January. Way outside, at least 2 or 3 weeks outside, past the date that they said that these crimes took place. That's an issue for them. It's an issue. And I'm certain that it feels like it's one of those technical things that people, you talk about, you know, it's just something technical. They go, it's not. It's an element. It's something that they're supposed to prove. And when the state or the government makes an allegation against someone and charges them with the crime, we hold them to a higher standard because they're making serious allegations. And the people who make serious allegations like this are well trained in how to do it. And so when they don't cross their T's and they don't dot their I's, or they make a mistake on the date range, or they make a mistake on what they're charging, or they overcharge, or they do these different things, we have to call them on it. And we have to hold them responsible. That's how we make them better. That's how we make the system work. And that's why I say you have to let go of your emotions. In a case like this, it's really hard. I'm going to keep saying it because it's hard for us. I mean, attorneys go home and cry at night sometimes too. And sometimes we're cold about stuff, but it's the truth because we're in here doing this crap all the time. All right? So you've got to look at the facts. You've got to look at the facts. You've got to separate yourself out from the disgustingness of this. So she doesn't establish anything, right? Because she also didn't say she knew that Sean was even home when she heard that noise. So that could have been something completely different. It may not even be related to this, that noise she heard. If he wasn't there, it could have been Rebecca and his mom arguing and fighting. I mean, it could have been Rebecca and some other boyfriend there fighting. He's gone 12 or 13 hours a day. What the heck she do there? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if she has other relationships. I don't know. I know there's an unknown male on that body. That's weird. I'd like to know who that is. I'd like to know how it got there. Because that's supposed to be a body that was cleaned. I think she said bleached. And they spent a whole lot of time telling us how DNA degrades and how hard it is to find evidence. Which you know is a problem. Whenever the prosecutor's coming in and telling you that you should use your common sense, and which is really code for see it the way we see it, right? You should use your common sense to fill in the gaps because finding evidence is hard. It's just really hard. That's not how this is supposed to work. It doesn't matter that it's hard. It doesn't matter if the scene is old. Those are legitimate excuses of why evidence might not be there, but it doesn't absolve them of the responsibility of presenting you with evidence. And they're asking you just forget that part. Just use your common sense. There's a dead girl in a body. It has to be that creepy dude over there. That's what they say when they say use your common sense. Okay? And what I'm telling you is that this is not a common case. These are not common people involved in here. And what I talked to you guys about was perspective. And I talked to you about perspective because I don't want you to use your common sense. The judge is going to tell you you shouldn't throw your common sense out the window, and that's true. But if you think that you can use your common sense to figure out what was going on in the head of these people, I'm going to tell you that that's probably not the right way to look at it. You have to, in some way, put yourself into that situation. You have to figure out intent. Who intended this to happen? Who had motive? Who needed this to happen? Who wanted this to happen? Who reacts? Who's jealous? Who's psychotic? who has a history of not being able to maintain anything and burning bridges, even after they've been charged with crimes, can't stop. Even in jail, can't stop. It's not Sean Finnegan. It's Dishman. All right. So we talked to Colt Pico. He came in and he testified that Sean threatened to kill him. That's not what he said. You heard the conversation with him and the police officer, and that's not what he told the police officer. Sean came over and he told it. I'm sorry, Colt Pico told the police officer that Sean came over and said, "You ruined my life." That's a little different than "I'm going to kill you." But he came in here, and again, I'm not saying he's making stuff up or lying or whatever, but it's been 4 years, and he's a state's witness. So, what do you think his position is on this case? What do you think his position is on this case? I'm pretty sure he believes that he's guilty, so he's going to come in and do whatever he has to do for the state. I think it's subconscious kind of what we do in some ways, but I don't want to say that he came in and lied, because I don't believe that to be true. I think that they're good people. But that's not what he said. He said that Sean came over and said, "You ruined my life." He didn't threaten to kill him. But it sure sounds a lot better when he threatened to kill him, though. And he talked about her black eye and broken glasses, the one incident, right? The one incident they remember where they see her with bruises and stuff is a black eye and broken glasses, and that's what starts this whole thing. He remembers that, and I asked him, "How did you see it, or how did you figure that out?" Well, no, he was told by Mahogany, he was told by Dishman. Jennifer Miller came in from the Pint House. She filled in the gaps on who Sean Finnegan is, at least as an employee and as a worker. And that's someone who she would have seen quite often and worked with quite often, because he was always there. And if anybody's worked in restaurants or bars, I bartended for years. I know Mr. Wallace bartended for years. It's a late night. It's a different lifestyle. You work when everybody else is not working, and you're working when other people are eating. And so when it gets to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, when the bar shuts down at 3 o'clock, the employees hang out and have their shift drinks, and they might stay around for another hour or two. So him being there from 5 o'clock in the afternoon to wind down like everybody else does. If you get off at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe you do whatever you need to do to wind down. It's the same way with restaurant workers. It's just at a different time of day. So because of the time of day and the time of morning, there's different types of people involved too, right? In bars and stuff like that. So it is a completely different lifestyle. And if you've lived in that lifestyle, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't lived in that lifestyle, I'm hoping that I'm explaining it well enough that it's just a little bit different than a 9-to-5 type of job. It just is. And the folks that are involved in restaurant work are usually fairly free-spirited. It's to be a server or bartender, you have to be willing to speak in front of people and get a little crazy on occasion, and so it's just the way it is. And so I just want to let you know that that's where he was living. So he's taking care of his mom, and he lives at the Pint House, right? He lives at home, and he lives at work. And he lives at home, and he lives at work. In between that, he's got to get his mom's medications and go to the doctor and do those other things. And he likes sex. And he's got a routine he does. He's got a simple routine. He goes every Friday and pays his thing. We all have the cousin or the friend in our life that they're not necessarily mentally handicapped. They're not, I wouldn't say special needs or any of that kind of thing. I'm not trying to portray him in any way like the state is trying to portray Rebecca Dishman. I'm not trying to say that about him. But we all have that person in our life that is just kind of simple, just kind of straightforward and simple. And the actions that he's showing right here remind me of that person. And if you can have that kind of person in your life, how easy are they to manipulate? Then we heard from Lieutenant Robert Mansfield. He met with Dishman. The question I had was it was unprompted. She just started telling him these things about the body in the freezer. All this. He didn't ask her. She just started telling him these things. So who's controlling the narrative? Who's controlling the story? She's out of the house. Who's at the house with the body that she left there? Who's imprisoned here? Who can leave? Like I said, what was he supposed to do? If after that happened, the moment Rebecca hit her in the back of the head, or in the head with a bat, or whatever happened there, because I still don't know what happened there. I don't think you guys do either. We still don't know what happened, and that's what we're supposed to be determining, what happened. Most of this trial is about what happened after. Most of it, right? We've got all of the post-mortem injuries and all this kind of stuff, and the body in the freezer, and all of the graphic things that we spent most of our week looking at are all things that have to do with what happened after the fact. And that's what I told you at the beginning of this trial that we were going to be doing. But what you're here to do is to determine what led up to that, and what happened, and when it happened, and who did it, and who intended for it to happen. Not who got trapped by it. And now they're presenting Rebecca Dishman as a person who's trapped, right? She's under his thumb. He controls her. She's the servant. She's the slut bitch whore, or whatever they had up here, right? And he's the master. Mufasa, whatever it is. I mean, they're going all out to paint him as this monster, because it's not hard to do when you have a mannequin filled up with all this stuff and these gross pictures of this body. I mean, it's not hard to paint him as a monster, is it? It's just not hard to do, because it was in his apartment and it was in his house. But he pled not guilty, and under interrogation said, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He never came off of that. I didn't do it. And so the state wants, now that they're coming off a little bit and saying, even if you just find him guilty of the kidnapping, that's still felony murder and you can still kill him. That's really what they're saying, right? And so if you could just find him guilty of the kidnapping, and even in his statement, maybe that's a felony kidnapping, that's what they're saying, because he admits to chaining her back up. Well, go back and listen to his statement again, okay? Because you have to understand that everything that's said in an interrogation may or may not be absolutely true or correct, because it's a high-pressure, high-stress situation. And false confessions are not, they happen. False confessions do happen because people have a lot of trouble under pressure not admitting to some things. That's just true. These officers are very good at what they do. They're trained to interrogate people, and they're trained to get people to admit to things. And if you're a simple guy who's scared to death, admittedly scared to death, listen to it in that context. That's all I'm asking. Listen to it in that context, and then compare it to what she says, and then compare it to the facts, and see which one makes more sense. Because the thing that makes the most sense to me is, why would I kill her? Why would he kill her? I mean, they didn't present any motive, they just basically are saying, look at him, he must be a serial killer or something, right? I mean, they're basically just setting it up like she's the easiest type of person for him to kill, I think is what he said. Like he was out there looking for somebody. That's what they're trying to convince you that he was doing. And none of that comes from anywhere except right there. She provides all the facts. All the facts. She provides all the facts. So let's take her at her word that the freezer was delivered before he got home with Jennifer Paxton. And because I think she said it was there for a little while. I think is what her testimony was it was there for a little while. It was like an offhand comment or whatever. If it was there before, which, by the way, he ordered it the week of Christmas, between Christmas and New Year's. Anybody ever have extra food the week between Christmas and New Year's? I mean, it's the holiday season and he works in a restaurant, the busiest time of year. There may be some extra food. He might have rented a freezer to put some food in. And the freezer's there, and she killed somebody and he had to do something. Maybe that happened. I don't know, because we don't know what happened. So not knowing what happened, they're asking you to convict him of all of these crimes, and then they're asking you to put him to death. Based on what Rebecca Dishman started and is trying to finish. Who's in control? All right, Larry Dowdle takes the stand. That's the officer that we heard the interview with Mr. Pico, and you hear him say he never had an issue with this man until today. That's a direct quote from the neighbor. Never had an issue with this man until today. Then we heard Brian Yook. I think I'm saying that right. He was just surveillance. He didn't really have a whole lot to offer. Margot Moore was called for service. They did some testing on dog chains and padlocks and all these different things, and there's no scientific evidence that links Sean Finnegan to ever touching Jennifer Paxton. None. Zero. But that chain was touched by Rebecca Dishman and Jennifer Paxton. And we have an unknown male. So what was going on while Sean was gone? Is she replacing whoever else was in there with the guy who owns the house, who then got stuck with trying to protect her? Because she's playing everybody. She's playing everybody, including the state, because they hitched their horse to her. They hitched their wagon to her. I mean, she's the horse, probably like one of the horses of the apocalypse, and then they hitched the wagon to her. And now they're trying to take that wagon and they're trying to stick it out in front of her because they don't think horses can push wagons. That's not the way it works. She started it. She started pulling the wagon. She started it. And she started the story. And then every single piece of evidence, every single witness that got up here that you heard from was them trying to support what she said. Trying their best to support what she said. Because she cannot lie. She's too simple. Right? Even though she said multiple things on the stand. They make the deal at the dog chain. There's two big dogs at that house. They're like two large dogs. There are leashes on the wall. There is a chain that's one of those chains with the spikes. It's like a choke chain, which is, if anybody here has a big dog and leashes, knows that that's what you use to train big dogs on leashes, because if they have any reason to chase a squirrel or something, they will pull you off your feet or out of your chair or any other thing if they're a large enough dog. And so those chains give you just a little bit more control over them. And they act like a sinise. Does anybody know? A sinise is like in the Da Vinci Code, where he wraps the thing around and he tightens it across his leg to give himself pain. They work kind of like that, but without cutting into the dog. And so they just kind of pinch in. If a human wore it, it would leave marks all the way around. But they had big dogs. There was a dog collar there. She knows what's in that house, and that's part of the problem, is that she's filling in these little details that seem good, and so they start collecting all these evidence. And that's where I started to go a minute ago, and I got sidetracked. But the fireball bucket he talks about using for Jennifer Paxton to use the bathroom in, and so they collected the fireball bucket, and there's no evidence that that was actually used for that. But the person who's telling the story knew it was there. So it sure seems like it corroborates her story, right? And she knew the chains and the locks were there. And so it corroborates her story. And there's these little things, but they come from her. And then when they test those items, it doesn't support her story. They're just there. They're just there. But those are enough details to make it sound somewhat believable, because she knows what's in the house. She spends her whole life there. She stays there 24 hours a day. She knows what's there and where it is. We heard from Tatiana Cochran. from the forensic. They checked for bodily fluids and other biological matter. We talked about the swabs. They checked the blood and all these kind of things. And the only blood and DNA they found from Sean Finnegan and whatever was on the inside closet door by the kitchen, which would be a natural place for there's tools and stuff in there, like somebody cut their hand or something, but it's nothing to do with any of this. It's on the inside door of the kitchen in his house. It's not odd, and it doesn't mean anything. But her DNA is on some of the material that she described as being involved with Jennifer Paxton. And how did she know that? Because she did it. Because she had the opportunity to do it. And she's the only one who had the opportunity and the time to do it. And she trapped him. She trapped him. Because what's he supposed to do? He knew he was going to get blamed. He brought a prostitute home to his house and she died. Who's going to get blamed? Plus, Rebecca could leave anytime she wanted to. She was free. She could have just disappeared, and she wouldn't have been involved in this at all. Probably would have never heard her story. Probably would have none of it. But she could have just walked right out the door. But she didn't do that. You know why? Because she had control over him, and he provided her a house, food, all of the things that she needed. And she didn't want to give that up until 7 or 8 months passed, and it's time to move on to the next guy. And then she starts her process. She starts her escape process. And she starts feeding people the story of what happened there. And it all came, that's the source. That's the source. We talked about garbage in, garbage out. If you're going to be analyzing and trying to synthesize facts, you have to look at what the source of the fact is. What's the source of the fact? Because if you're analyzing garbage, your result is garbage. Right? So let's think about where these facts come from. We're going to keep going. So far, I haven't seen anything that points to Sean Finnegan that didn't come from her mouth. So far, we've gotten this far through the trial. There's not a single thing that points to Sean Finnegan intending to kidnap anybody, intending to kill anybody. Nothing. Except for what comes out of her mouth. Jennifer Millsaps testified that she tested the chain and the knives, that they also retested the knives. So they found Sean's chef's knives. We keep talking about chef's knives, like they're pointing to. My favorite thing is that the slice with the tattoo, the slice over here, is that when they say, well, it must have been a chef knife because it was a super sharp knife, like a chef's knife is some super fancy item. I mean, there are expensive chef's knives, but you probably have a sharp knife in your kitchen too. It's just a butcher knife. And if you sharpen your knives, they will be sharp also. A chef's knife, it might be a little bit better balanced. It might be maybe made from a little bit different material, but they're just knives. And you can sharpen them just like anybody can sharpen any other knife. So that's a red herring. And the reason why we know that is because they tested his knives, and there's not even any blood on it. And they didn't even, the knives were given, they didn't even take the knives when they first searched the place. They were in the cabinet in the house. We need to hold them to a little bit higher standard, guys. I mean, they're supposed to produce evidence for you. And instead, what they've come in and they've tried to do this shock and awe campaign. Gross pictures, body in the freezer, this guy needs to rot, he's a part of this whole thing, look how gross it is, this is disgusting, here's some gross sex stuff, she must be an idiot, right? And that's their case. And use your common sense, because finding evidence is hard. All right. They didn't test the padlocks. They didn't do any DNA on the padlocks. They didn't test any of that stuff. We don't have any of the Facebook communications that when they met or any of that kind of stuff, so we don't know what those conversations were. Let's see. John Hannon testified just kind of briefly about what was going on at the house. There wasn't a whole lot there. Danny Miller from Rent-A-Center testified, and he basically confirmed that Sean was a regular at Rent-A-Center. He regularly rented different things. He might have even rented freezers before. I don't know. We don't have any records of that, do we? That'd be helpful. It'd be good to know. But what he confirmed was responsible dude. Responsible guy. Normal. That's what he confirmed. Then we got to Dr. Malusnik. And we still call her Dr. Malusnik, but it's Malusnik Polchin. She did marry a long time ago, and we still call her Dr. Malusnik. But she testifies about the injuries. She has no idea what happened there. So her job is to come in and just try to explain what caused these different things. And she's a very smart lady, and she does a wonderful job of explaining those things. And there's no denying the injuries. I mean, clearly torture, right? And clearly a murder. No one's arguing any of those things. But the things that she couldn't say, and the things that are difficult to say because of the frozen body, for whatever reason, but she can't tell you how long body was before it was frozen, really. She could give sort of a decomposition, maybe 4 days even, 2 to 4 days, I think. Freezing the body stops that. She can't tell you if the body was taken in or out of and put back in the freezer however many times. So when they say that there's freezer burn and it's cut out here, whatever, they're suggesting that he quickly sliced her out of a freezer, did all that stuff, and got her under the bed and all that, that's where that cut came from. But there's no proof of that at all. That could have been any time during that 8 or 9 months, and she could have been put back in. I mean, it could have been any time. So that's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt that that's even when that happened. But they're trying to use that to kind of chef's knife all of those things about those injuries. But the person that was at home with the body in the freezer, I assume, observing it, maybe taking it out and looking at it, or making all those little cuts, because she's a cutter, and she's a Satanist, and she's into this kind of stuff, and she's a deviant, and she clearly burns bridges, and she reacts poorly to things, and testified that she fought Sean, she hit back, she punched and stuff too. I mean, that's not an abuse victim. I've been around abuse victims. Abuse victims usually aren't fighters, generally. And so Dr. Malusnik Polchin goes through the autopsy report, but she didn't perform the autopsy. So she's given an opinion, and she is an expert, and I will take her opinion on what those injuries are and all of those things, but she's not the one who performed the autopsy, and she really can't tell you anything about when it happened or who did it, or really how. I mean, she can say this was a sharp force or blunt force, but the most that MEs can ever say is, well, that was maybe consistent with this or maybe consistent with that, and it usually means it's consistent with other things too. So the point of that is that great job, absolutely necessary to explain all the injuries and all of the torture and all of the things that happened to Miss Paxton, absolutely necessary, but did absolutely nothing to prove whether or not Sean Finnegan is guilty or not. It did nothing to do that other than to allow them to say he's got chef knives. And so it would be hard to cut frozen skin and stuff, which that was the best thing she said, honestly. It was really hard to cut through frozen skin, but somebody did it, right? I mean, it was done. So it doesn't matter if it's hard or not, it was done. But she was saying that because they're trying to play this strength battle. It had to be a man with a sharp knife, because it's got to be a man with a sharp knife. It can't be the sweet girl who doesn't ever do anything and is too innocent to lie. All right. Then we heard Sean's statement. And he's scared. He doesn't hide it. He's scared. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. What was I supposed to do? And that's what he keeps asking. And he says, I'm scared. And then he admits some things. He admits some things. He helped her. He helped her cover it up. But who held control? What was he supposed to do? What do you think she would have done? Because when they're talking to him like he's scared, it's almost like he's scared he's going to get beat up or something. That's not what he's scared of. He's scared of going to jail for something he didn't do. He's scared of being blamed for something that is brutal. Because he opened his door to this girl. Before he opened his door to this girl, the inside of that house was his and his elderly mother's and his 2 dogs who lived a regular life. And so they want to gloss over the Satanism, and they want to gloss over her prior, what she was before and what she was after. They want to gloss over her actions like she's the innocent. And that's a contradiction that I'm having trouble wrapping my head around. How can you let a mentally handicapped girl plead guilty to first-degree murder? They don't believe in mentally handicapped. So that means they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes, I suppose. I don't know. I don't really think that. I don't think they're trying to pull the wool over. I think they believe her. And that bothers me more. Because I think they believe her. And she's given absolutely zero reason to be believed. Zero. And if you don't believe her, you can't find him guilty. Because she's the source of all their facts. She's the source of all of them. Including who intended what, who did what. If he's opening up that freezer and masturbating to this body and all this kind of stuff, they didn't find any of his DNA anywhere near the freezer or the body or any of that kind of stuff. Hold on a second. I'll just walk over here for a second. John, can you stand up for a second? This criminal mastermind, sit down, please. That criminal mastermind right there. He could work a full-time job, he could take care of his mom, he could take care of his girlfriend, and he could take care of his dogs, and he could do all the things that he needed to do, and he can plan a murder, and he can pick up a hooker, and he can do all these things, and he can torture this girl for hours and hours and hours and hours, even though he's not there, and he can control Rebecca Dishman without having a leash, without having any chains, without having a GPS monitor, without having a cell phone to even call her on, without having any of those things, but somehow he's under control of her while he's working. That's what you have to believe. He's in control somehow. The only person who could not leave that house was in control somehow. Only one person is getting away with something here. And she took the stand. And if you believe any of the things that she said, then you're just being complicit with everybody else who believed all the things that she said. You can't let her control this from the start to the beginning. You can't. And you sure can't let the state kill somebody because she said so. Because that's where we are. That's where we are. I don't think that I asked you guys to do anything other than your job. I think that's all I asked. That's all I'm asking now. And so it's about understanding what your job is. And your job is to make them do their job. Not to use your common sense to fill in the gaps of where they didn't do their job or where they weren't able to do their job. Because that's the other thing, is the way the system works is not because the police are bad or they can't, or they did a terrible job or something. Sometimes there's just not any evidence, and that's just part of the truth. So this is in no way an attack on police or any other thing, but there are certain issues with this investigation. And there's definitely some stuff I wish I had. It would tell me a whole lot of stuff. There's definitely some things that I wish were tested in that house that would tell me an awful lot of stuff. But because they were following the path laid out by Rebecca Dishman, some of the stuff got brushed away because he became the suspect on August 5th. He became the only suspect. She got charged, but she led the investigation first. And he's the one they want. And you heard them stand up and say, look, I'm the public prosecutor, and so I have to make these decisions, right? And he has to make, and he's right. He's the public prosecutor. He's got to make these decisions. And they chose poorly because they got duped. Just like she's doing with every single level, every single step. She's still trying to grab control. She's writing him for months after they're in jail, professing her love and take me back and apologizing for lying. That's a strange thing to write to somebody, isn't it? When you're both charged with first-degree murder. I'm sorry for lying. Please take me back. She's still grasping at it. At the same time, writing Ramsey's. Where was Ramsey's? Who is Ramsey's? She's communicating with Ramsey's secretly on this Facebook thing. She's setting up fake Facebook things. She's at home by herself 12 or 13 hours a day. All this kind of stuff. Who's Ramsey's? Was he there? There's an unknown male. Did we test any DNA against that fella? I'm just curious. Because it sure seems like maybe somebody else was involved. I don't know. You don't either. And that's the problem. And here we are. So we've been here for a week, and we've seen a lot of disgusting stuff. And the state is going to ask you to find him guilty of all of these intentional crimes. And that's the key word, is intent. Did he intend to bring a hooker to his house for the purposes of kidnapping and killing her? Or did he intend to bring a hooker to his house for the same purpose that he had previously brought hookers to his house, for a threesome with his girlfriend that she requested? Read the text. And then something happened in that house, and he couldn't get out. Talk about trying to calculate or having processing problems. What if you came down out of the shower and your girlfriend had just knocked somebody over the head with a bat? And it was a hooker that you brought home. Process that one. Process it. What do you do? When you're a 50-year-old man, she's a 22-year-old. What do you do? Somebody had trouble processing. It wasn't her. She processes just fine. And she saved her own life, didn't she? She sure did. By coming in here and trying to kill him. She's pretty good at it. You may not like it, but you got to find him not guilty on those intentional crimes. Find him guilty of what he admitted to. But he didn't intend on anybody dying, and he sure didn't intend on kidnapping anybody. He got stuck. He got trapped by the same girl who then trapped the police and the state prosecutor into having to put her on the stand to make their case. Because if they didn't put her on the stand, you wouldn't have any evidence, would you? Except a body in a freezer. You don't have a choice. You have to find him not guilty on the intentional crimes. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anything that says rape, no proof of rape. He's charged with multiple counts of rape, That's straight from her. That's straight from her. That's her testimony, right? That he raped her or he raped Jennifer Paxton and all this. I didn't hear any evidence of rape, that he's charged with multiple counts of rape. And if there is, it came from her mouth, and that's it, because his DNA is not on anything. Semen's not on anything. No body hairs on anything. Nothing. There's just no evidence. It all comes from her. So at the end, you're going to go back and deliberate, and hopefully not chastise me too much for bringing you guys down here at the end. You got to do your job. I mean, and it's a hard job, and you have to separate your emotion. And it's the most difficult thing in the world, and I know I'm asking you to do almost the impossible. But I'm asking you to do it, because I'm telling you that it's what your duty is. We all have a duty. We all took oaths, and we came in here to do justice, and we came in here to do justice under the rules, and according to the rules, and those rules are in place for a reason. And even if it makes your stomach turn to think about it, sometimes we still have to live by those rules, because those rules apply beyond this case. Do your job. They didn't prove it. They just didn't. There's just not any evidence, except for Rebecca Dishman. You got to find him not guilty. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. What we'll do is we'll take a 15-minute break and come back for the state's final call. 15 minutes. All rise. Thank you. Have a seat, please. And closed argument from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know anything about horses and wagons or the physics involved, but what I do know is somebody getting thrown in front of the bus when I see it. And what we have is Sean Finnegan putting Jennifer Paxton under the bed and putting Rebecca Dishman under the bus. Ladies and gentlemen, there is zero doubt that what Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman did was reprehensible. The state has said that the entire time. You heard General Allen say on his closing that Rebecca got what she deserved. She pleaded guilty. She's serving a life sentence. She is not an innocent victim in this. She was engaged. She was into kinky, weird sex. But that does not mean that she had the same level of control. But the fact is, they're both in for a penny, in for a pound. What the two of them did together is kidnap, rape, beat with a bat, hold hostage, and murder Jennifer Paxton. Her corpse was abused. She was frozen and kept in their bedroom for 8 months. That's not in dispute. And the state isn't just relying on Rebecca Dishman for that. The state's case is not in total from Rebecca Dishman. The state's case started with Rebecca Dishman. We would not know that Jennifer Paxton's lifeless remains were in Sean Finnegan's bedroom freezer had she not come forward. And when she came forward, she has no way to know what the repercussions of that confession is going to be. She doesn't know what the ultimate outcome of that will be. But boy, she turned on that faucet and she couldn't stop talking. What's her motivation for telling Mahogany about this? If she's just trying to get out like she does, she's a leaver and she's a clinger. If she's just trying to get out, mission accomplished. You don't have to get past my broken glasses, my black eyes, my abuse. She gets you out somewhere else. If you're going to Ramsey's, if you're going to another boyfriend, if you're going wherever, mission accomplished. You've got her up at this Campbell County, Claiborne County shelter, wherever. She's out. She never has to speak about it again. She can go live her life. She doesn't benefit when she says, Mahogany, I got to tell you something. And she goes through that story dump. And then she has to go, tries to tell the people at the jail where they're going to try to get to the shelter. And they send her someplace. And so she gets to Anderson County and they tell her she's got to go to Oak Ridge and they take her there. And she had told Kelsey Norwood Coons, the neighbor, and didn't get the help. But she tells Mahogany and is trying to get the help. The hoop she has to jump through to get someone to act on this story is substantial. But she keeps telling that story. There's been a lot about how her story is different or this or that, but that's not proof and evidence. She sat on the stand and she told you that, yeah, she was involved in this. And she gave you the information about Sean Finnegan and his involvement in that. But that's not where it stops. Again, that's where that started. There's investigation done that corroborates her version of the events. They didn't just hear that and then go rest. They did investigation. And it's really important to say, well, gosh, she's a bad source, garbage in, garbage out. The information she gave, there's a body in the freezer, turns out to be very, very true. Sean Finnegan's statement corroborates her. So we're not just going on her statement, we're going on his statement. She says he got the freezer, he brought it home, he put her in. What does he say? I got the freezer. I brought her home from the pint house. We had sex. I put her in the freezer. I took her out of the freezer. He knows the cops are coming, so he takes her out. So what we have from Mr. Finnegan is a selective sort of response. Decoy, deceive, deny. Where Rebecca Dishman is a fire hydrant of information and just putting it all out there. If it incriminates her, she's saying, we killed her, we did this, it just keeps flowing. Sean's a little bit open that faucet to where he has to, and if he doesn't have to, that's shut off and deny. So what do we have walking through? She's full confession, and our very initial. Let's go all the way back to Mahogany talking to you about when that freezer arrives. He's like, oh, that was the landlord had it delivered here accidentally. Deception. We get forward to where Colt is calling 911 and saying this guy's screaming at me, and you can listen to that 911 call and hear Colt say, he's threatening to kill me, and you hear his reaction on that, and what happens when the officers arrive and say, what's this I hear about a body? Deny. There's no body in a freezer. Deny. Why would somebody say that? That's bullshit. That's all bullshit. Deny. Because he doesn't have to admit that yet. So what's next? They eventually get that search warrant on the house. They look around. What's he been doing in the meantime? Deception. We see that he has rearranged things. He's put the shelves back in. He's moved the pizzas and the burritos. If you look at the pictures from the downstairs refrigerator in the kitchen, you see a nice pizza-sized gap, and you see some burritos next to it. So we know he just took that stuff from the downstairs kitchen freezer and put it in there. We know he's got the body out. It's been very apparent that Francis Finnegan is not in the physical condition to be hauling a body out and put under his bed. He's doing that. He's acknowledging that. He's got to pull her out, and we have evidence that there's freezer burn on that arm and on that ear where she would be stuck there and have to be pulled out. We have that deception that he's doing. When Detective Sergeant Moore, Sergeant at the time, Lieutenant now, asked him when they come in, he's talking to him, I mean, that's weird, man. Why would somebody say something about a body? Deny. Man, I don't know why anybody would say that. He still thinks he's getting away with it. So I want you to look at that video with that interview with Detective Ure, or Captain Ure, excuse me. And I want you to compare and contrast that with Sean Finnegan's manner, demeanor, and statements as described by Colt Pico in the 911 call, and as evidenced by his behavior when Officer Dowdell comes. When Officer Dowdell comes, he is jonesing for a fight. He's like, yeah, I got cocky, he got cocky, what would you do? They're after my girl. Hey, if you've got something to say to her, if there's a problem with her, you come to me. He's even telling the neighbors what they can do about it. He said, I'll fight you in the yard. Who's filing on that? We have the testimony about him telling Mahogany, she's not allowed to come over. She's not allowed to use your phone anymore. And you'll be able to look at all the texts and see where he is forbidding her from going over or coming over and visiting and using Mahogany's phone. This isn't about him not paying the bill. This is about him exerting that control. So you look at the way he's acting until they find that body and he's sitting in interrogation and knows the gig is up. So that faucet's got to open a little bit, just a little. I know you've got the body, so I got to talk about that. But he plays his hand a bit too much there, too. You'll hear on that tape where he says, let me get the quote here so I do not misdo it. Captain Ure says, you love her, you're just trying to protect her. No, you put her under the bus. And he says, well, what do you want me to do? She fucking said something to you guys about all this. So there he is, telling you his motivation for pointing the finger all at Rebecca. And again, Rebecca Dishman is not scot-free in this, but he is up to here involved in this. This is a physical, demanding crime to commit. I am not going to go through the litany of these injuries, but they are substantial. You heard Rebecca say, he's choking and then letting go, and then choking and letting go, and choking and letting go. It's a choke, it's a smoke. It's a choke, it's a smoke in repetition until he finally kills her and she dies of that asphyxiation. You saw the bruises on her body. Now let's be real. The whole argument, or a substantial part of the argument from the defense, was how she's a moocher. She goes from place to place. She wants to go to prison because it's somebody taking care of her whole life. She's lazy. She's a stay-at-home girlfriend. Killing somebody takes a lot of initiative. She has not demonstrated that she has the capacity physically or motivationally to do these acts. Is she going to help? Sure. Did she? Yeah. Can Sean do this by himself, Sean Finnegan? Yes. Can Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman do this together? Yes. And we submit to you that that is how that happened. But reasonable likelihood that Rebecca Dishman did this by herself and he's just a bystander to his own home is something that frankly strains credulity. The facts just don't add up for that. And again, we're not just going on what Ms. Dishman said. We're going on Colton Mahogany telling you about the dynamic they witnessed, about them saying he told her what to do. We're going on Kelsey Norwood Coons saying, yes, I heard this altercation. I didn't know what it was. In her mind, she matches it up to Christmas because her Christmas tree's up. So she's saying, hey, it's sometime between Thanksgiving and the first couple of weeks of January. She has no idea this is going to be something that's going to be so important later on. And so that's how she connects that in her mind. You also have the Rent-A-Center receipts and the person who delivered it with the instructions to leave it on the porch, and it's ordered on the 27th and arrives on the 28th. With respect to the defense, I do believe that they misunderstood Ms. Dishman, which is understandable. Her voice was very soft. But I don't believe that she hasn't arrived. I believe she hasn't died when we got the freezer. And so we know that there's this time frame that happened, but we don't just know it from those things and that timeline being set up. Mr. Finnegan says himself, this happened in December. And so if you want to look at the indictment and the charging instrument and see the counts of when it happened, it just has to occur before he's charged in that charging instrument with it and in the dates that we said. It doesn't mean there's something that has to happen on every date of that. It just has to be within those. So if the proof was that she had been killed in October of that year, that would be outside that. The proof was it happened in March of that year, outside that. The proof that the state has presented to you over the past week is that these events occurred in late December of 2019 and were discovered when Rebecca disclosed it in August of 2020. But the proof doesn't stop there. You also have her describing this altercation in the time frame that this murder and beating and raping and kidnapping was occurring, so much so that she was concerned for her child and didn't hear it other times. In addition to that, you have Jennifer Miller, who is saying this baseball bat went missing in this time frame. Folks, there are a lot of folks named Jennifer. That's a very common name. But it's a heck of a thing for the person who has a girl named Jennifer in his freezer to say Jenny had to go. The defense would like for you to take each and all of these facts from all of these witnesses in isolation. But all of these things are happening in the context and time frame together. And each and every one of them point to the guilt of Sean Finnegan. There's been a lot made of the tattoo and cutting out the crucifix because this is satanic. Again, we've been through that was freezer burn. We know she was removed from the freezer. That cut's not like any other cut. That's what they say. Well, no, it's not like any other cut because it's trying to get her out of the freezer. That's why that one is different in contrast to cutting off the nose when he has her open it up and is masturbating to her body in the freezer. That's why that cut's different. It is for a different purpose than his gratification. It is for the deception of hiding that body, which is really hard to do with the body stuck in the freezer. It's also very telling that this was not some ritualistic thing, because there's a fully intact cross tattoo remaining on Miss Paxton's leg, as evidenced by the pictures from the medical examiner. And we know, and they concede, that Ms. Dishman knew about her tattoos and her life and all of this because she's spending time with her. So if that's something that offends her and she wants to do this as some ritual, she's going to take that one too. But the thing is, that one's still there because there was no ritual cutting on her. It was just a mechanism of getting her out of the freezer. You had Sean, because here's where Mr. Finnegan, shutting off that faucet again. Are you a cutter? Have you cut somebody? No. But we know that's not true because the text messages show where he carved his initial into Miss Finnegan's buttocks or hip area. That's again an exertion of control. The two were working together. And they are both culpable. And again, she received a sentence for that. But for all the things that we throw under the bus and how she's there, she could have done this. She has the opportunity. We know he has the opportunity to do all that as well because he says so. He says he brings her home to do this. He says he's helping tie her up. He says they have sex. He says that even after she's been beaten and tied up, that Rebecca has sex with her, and then he gets oral sex. Like, he's admitting to all of these things, and oh yeah, he admits that he's got 4 days over which for all of this to happen. After first telling Captain Ewer, it was the next day I came home and she was dead. And then, oh yeah, it was 4. And what else does he say? Well, she was naked, so there wasn't any blood on the clothes. Well, oh yeah, she had on a hoodie. Well, I don't remember what she was wearing. Well, if she was screaming, my mom would have heard her. She was right next door. Well, my mom couldn't hear her. She's really hard of hearing. She couldn't have. Well, we were just tying up the strings. It was just my girl who tied her up. Well, I guess, yeah, I did put the chain around her. I didn't want her to leave. Yeah, we tied her up. I didn't want her to leave after what had happened. That's intentional. Putting the chain around her neck, that's intentional. Engaging in everything that he and Rebecca Dishman engaged in with this victim is intentional. For Ms. Dishman should have called the cops. Ms. Dishman should have walked away. Ms. Dishman should have done this or that. What about Sean Finnegan? Who has a car? Who has a phone? Who's leaving and interacting with people every single day? For every opportunity that Ms. Dishman had to petitionally report, Mr. Finnegan had that and more. And some lose it. So you come in, what do you do? What do you do if you see somebody hit somebody in your house? You kick them out. You call the cops. If this woman is so scary and she's so dangerous and she had this mental break, you don't keep her with this mother you love. If you're afraid of what she's going to do, you don't keep that homicidal person taking care of your hospice mother if that's the real culprit. That doesn't make any sense at all. What makes sense is the outline that Rebecca Dishman gave to investigators that was corroborated left and right by people who said, we didn't want to get involved. And despite that, they still corroborate the story in different ways. We have given you a ton of evidence in rapid fire. We have tried to be very mindful, it probably doesn't feel like that right now, of your time and the burden of hearing all of this and being in sequestration. But we put this in because we want you to look at it. While it may have felt like a lot coming very quickly, take your time. Go look at those pictures. Go listen to that 911, to the in-car audio, to the interview. Incidentally, on those pictures, you will see a dent on the fireplace grate, right on top of it. You also have Mr. Finnegan changing the lock on the door. More deception, locking his own closet door. He knows what's going on. He is participating in what's going on. He is leading what is going on. Jennifer Paxton had made decisions and choices in her life that had difficult consequences for her and her family before this happened. You heard them say, we tried to get her to come to us. She loved to make people laugh. She loved her kids, and the thing that really caused her to spiral was when she lost them. That's when things got real bad for her. And you hear on that interview with Mr. Finnegan say, yeah, she told me she had kids. So even toward the very end of Miss Paxton's life, even when things were rough and she was prostituting herself and addicted to drugs and homeless, they were still on her mind. She had something to live for if she was ever able to have gotten through this time that she can't now. There's been talk of his DNA not being on her and an unknown male. Again, it is not disputed that Ms. Paxton was a prostitute. And sometimes you clean things and get it all, and sometimes you don't. It is also undisputed that Sean Finnegan had sex with her. And you don't find the DNA. That is also something that you heard Agent Millsap say is not unusual. You can have contact and not always have the transfer. It's going to be about, the amount of contact, what cleaning was used, there are a million factors that will affect the availability of this. But we have these facts that are not in dispute. He says I had sex with her. He says I put her in and got her out of the freezer. We know he's had contact with her. We know he's touched the chain. He says so. Everything they did was reprehensible. It was murder, It was premeditated. He brought home garbage bags and cleaning solvents. He rented a freezer. They made efforts to conceal. They kidnapped her. They chained her up, beat her up, raped her, and murdered her. Sean Finnegan is guilty of each and every count of this indictment, beyond a reasonable doubt. And ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you find him guilty 13 times over of each and every count. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me tell you what our plan is. Really, I've been working all day with the lawyers on this jury charge thing. I'm going to have to read to you tomorrow about what the law is. And it's about 100 pages long. But I read pretty fast. You'll get a copy of it. Everybody get a copy of it. So what I need you to do today or tonight, I want you to go home. Go back to the hotel. Hopefully have a nice dinner wherever y'all are going. I don't know where that is. Tomorrow, I'd rather you come in at 10:30. That way I can work with the lawyers and make the jury charge perfect. And then when you come in, I'm going to give you the charge immediately, as soon as you walk in the door. And it'll probably take me about an hour, maybe 45 minutes to read that to you. As I said, each one of y'all get a copy. Then I'll draw out the 4 names of the alternates. Then the 12 people will go deliberate on that. And we'll put the other 4 alternates in another room. That's kind of our plan tomorrow. And then depending on the verdict, then we'll find out if we have other stuff to do or we're finished. So it's kind of up to y'all. Once you get the case, it's your case. And you'll have the opportunity to review the verdict form and fill that out and all those things. But I appreciate you staying until after 6 tonight, but we got it done. So I think that's something we should be proud of that we've done, that we've gotten that accomplished. So y'all have a nice evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10:30. All right?
All right.
Y'all take care, please. So, counsel, if y'all will hang on for just a minute and let me see if I've got a copy to give to you. And if not, we'll email it to you tonight. And then if you can be here tomorrow, oh, there it is. Okay. Never mind. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. If y'all can be here at 9 tomorrow morning, we can try to go ahead and get this in final form. So we can go ahead and go from there. Anything else I can do for the state? Anything for the defense? Okay. See y'all in the morning at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.